Endnotes 2-501-3000. Astonished. Right arrow curving left. Accustomed, won't. Right arrow curving left. Push on, pursue. Right arrow curving left. True, French vrai. Right arrow curving left. Consider. Right arrow curving left. Pleasure. Right arrow curving left. Cause. Right arrow curving left. Murmur. Right arrow curving left. Offer. Right arrow curving left. Die. Right arrow curving left. Strip. Right arrow curving left. Loose, unplated. Right arrow curving left. Ornaments of some kind not precisely known, some editions read ouches, studs, brooches. Right arrow curving left. Scarcely. Right arrow curving left. Delayed. Right arrow curving left. Grown. Right arrow curving left. Scarcely believed. Right arrow curving left. Qualities. Right arrow curving left. Worthy. Right arrow curving left. Virtue. Right arrow curving left. Seldom. Right arrow curving left. Knew, understood, all the duty of performance. Right arrow curving left. She could well labor for the public advantage. Right arrow curving left. Not. Right arrow curving left. At feud. Right arrow curving left. Weaned, imagined. Right arrow curving left. Though she had rather. Right arrow curving left. Male. Right arrow curving left. Little while. Right arrow curving left. Steadfastness, endurance. Right arrow curving left. Try. Right arrow curving left. Causelessly. Right arrow curving left. Alarm, disturb. Right arrow curving left. It ill became him. Right arrow curving left. Believe. Right arrow curving left. 2. Right arrow curving left. Pleasant, loved. Right arrow curving left. Nobles, gentlefolk. Right arrow curving left. Especially. Right arrow curving left. Please. Right arrow curving left. Odious. Right arrow curving left. Knowing. Right arrow curving left. Promised. Right arrow curving left. Changed. Right arrow curving left. Destroy. Right arrow curving left. Be pleasing. Right arrow curving left. Spirit, heart. Right arrow curving left. About as much time as one might take to walk a furlong or two, a short space. Right arrow curving left. A kind of squire. Right arrow curving left. Confidant, trusty tool. Right arrow curving left. Dreaded. Right arrow curving left. It will not do merely to feign compliance with a lord's commands. Right arrow curving left. Pleasure. Right arrow curving left. Seized. Right arrow curving left. Unpityingly. Right arrow curving left. To make a show, assume an aspect. Right arrow curving left. Ominous. Right arrow curving left. Reputation, evil fame. Right arrow curving left. Thought. Right arrow curving left. Then. Right arrow curving left. Side. Right arrow curving left. Lap, bosom. Right arrow curving left. Cross. Right arrow curving left. Commit unto him. Right arrow curving left. Believe. Right arrow curving left. Nurse. Right arrow curving left. Pitiful case, sight. Right arrow curving left. Unless. Right arrow curving left. Tear, French, arracher. Right arrow curving left. demeanor. Right arrow curving left. Strike. Right arrow curving left. Panico. Right arrow curving left. Constantly. Right arrow curving left. Steadfast. Right arrow curving left. Sort of way. Right arrow curving left. No change of humor resulting from her affliction. Right arrow curving left. Male, boy. Right arrow curving left. Praise. Right arrow curving left. Taken, weaned. Right arrow curving left. Was seized by yet another desire. Right arrow curving left. Trial. Right arrow curving left. No moderation. Right arrow curving left. Do not regard with pleasure. Compare the Latin phrase, eager fere. Right arrow curving left. Especially. Right arrow curving left. Sorely, painfully. Right arrow curving left. Doubt. Right arrow curving left. Expression of opinion. Right arrow curving left. Complain in my hearing. Right arrow curving left. Before. Right arrow curving left. Become outrageous, rave. Right arrow curving left. Advice. Right arrow curving left. Will. Right arrow curving left. Will. Right arrow curving left. Saw. Right arrow curving left. Seized. Right arrow curving left. Unvaryingly. Right arrow curving left. Bury. Right arrow curving left. Wrecked, cared. Right arrow curving left. Thought. Right arrow curving left. Disposition. Right arrow curving left. Steadfast, unmoved. Right arrow curving left. Stubborn, stern. Right arrow curving left. Cease. Right arrow curving left. Slacken, abate. Right arrow curving left. Spirit. Right arrow curving left. Devoted, full of painstaking in duty. Right arrow curving left. Pleased. Right arrow curving left. Because. Right arrow curving left. Evil repute, reproach. Right arrow curving left. Desist, stop. Right arrow curving left. Messenger, for French messager. Right arrow curving left. Pleased. Right arrow curving left. Leave. Right arrow curving left. Put an end to. Right arrow curving left. Thought, believed. Right arrow curving left. Steadfast. Right arrow curving left. To the utmost extent of her power. Right arrow curving left. Then. Right arrow curving left. As if for. Right arrow curving left. While all this was going on. Right arrow curving left. Knowledge. Right arrow curving left. Immediately make vacant. Right arrow curving left. That. Right arrow curving left. Counsel. Right arrow curving left. Not to be denied. Right arrow curving left. Worthy. Right arrow curving left. Chambermaid. Right arrow curving left. Surely. Right arrow curving left. Nobility. Right arrow curving left. Recompense, reward. Right arrow curving left. Go. Right arrow curving left. Doubt. Right arrow curving left. Forbid. Right arrow curving left. Mate. Right arrow curving left. At all events. Right arrow curving left. Raiment. Right arrow curving left. Cheerfully. Right arrow curving left. Naked. Right arrow curving left. Dishonorable. Right arrow curving left. That. Right arrow curving left. Reward. Right arrow curving left. Reward. Right arrow curving left. Cover. Right arrow curving left. With difficulty. Right arrow curving left. Gone. Right arrow curving left. Go. Right arrow curving left. Dry. Right arrow curving left. Formed, ordained. Right arrow curving left. Had gratified his inclination. Right arrow curving left. Disparagement. Right arrow curving left. Dismiss, get rid of. Right arrow curving left. To meet. Right arrow curving left. Cause it to meet. Right arrow curving left. Many, German, veal. Right arrow curving left. To judge from. Right arrow curving left. Spirit. Right arrow curving left. Full. Right arrow curving left. Particularly. Right arrow curving left. Little. Right arrow curving left. Unless it has lately come to pass. Right arrow curving left. Arranged. Right arrow curving left. Messenger. Right arrow curving left. Innocent. Right arrow curving left. Mind. Right arrow curving left. Command. Right arrow curving left. Greeted. Right arrow curving left. What befits his condition. Right arrow curving left. Pleasure. Right arrow curving left. Poor to look on. Right arrow curving left. In the quickest manner. Right arrow curving left. Spirit. Right arrow curving left. Cease. Right arrow curving left. Arrange. Right arrow curving left. Took all pains, used every exertion. Right arrow curving left. Eventide, or afternoon. Though by some undern is understood as dinner time, 9 a.m. Right arrow curving left. So rich to behold. Right arrow curving left. For the first time. Right arrow curving left. Pleased. Right arrow curving left. Think. Right arrow curving left. Variable. Right arrow curving left. A small coin of little value. Right arrow curving left. Judgment. Right arrow curving left. Provath. Right arrow curving left. Sedate. Right arrow curving left. Ashamed. Right arrow curving left. Torn. Right arrow curving left. Cleverly, skillfully. Right arrow curving left. Knew, understood how to do. Right arrow curving left. Ceased. Right arrow curving left. Thought. Right arrow curving left. Faith. Right arrow curving left. Me. This is one of the most licentious corruptions of orthography, says Tyrwhitt, that I remember to have observed in Chaucer. But such liberties were common among the European poets of his time, when there was an extreme lack of certainty in orthography. Right arrow curving left. Although. Right arrow curving left. Steadfast. Right arrow curving left. Prepare, incline. Right arrow curving left. Afraid nor displeased. Right arrow curving left. Notice, heed. Right arrow curving left. Awoke. Right arrow curving left. Lost. Right arrow curving left. Care. Right arrow curving left. No matter for. Right arrow curving left. Departs. Right arrow curving left. Believed firmly. Right arrow curving left. Caused you to be preserved. Right arrow curving left. Instant. Right arrow curving left. Fell. Right arrow curving left. Firmly. Right arrow curving left. Art. Right arrow curving left. Pluck away, withdraw. Right arrow curving left. Scarcely. Right arrow curving left. Assuages. Right arrow curving left. Astonished. Right arrow curving left. Together. Right arrow curving left. Saw. Right arrow curving left. Firmament. Right arrow curving left. Expense, sumptuousness. Right arrow curving left. Although. Right arrow curving left. Not to be denied. Right arrow curving left. The 14 lines that follow are translated almost literally from Petrarch's Latin. Right arrow curving left. Impossible. Not to be borne. Right arrow curving left. Goodwill. Right arrow curving left. For it is most reasonable that he should prove or test that which he made. Right arrow curving left. Doubt. Right arrow curving left. Alloys. Right arrow curving left. To view. Right arrow curving left. Bend. Right arrow curving left. Damage, pity. Right arrow curving left. Shishavash, in old popular fable, was a monster that fed on good women, and was always very thin from scarcity of such food. A corresponding monster, Bicorn, fed only on obedient and kind husbands, and was always fat. The origin of the fable was French, but Lydgate has a ballad on the subject. Shishavash literally means, niggardly, greedy cow. Right arrow curving left. Countertally or counterfoil, something exactly corresponding. Right arrow curving left. Befold. Right arrow curving left. Helm. Right arrow curving left. Wives of rank. Right arrow curving left. Camel. Right arrow curving left. Forepart of a helmet, visor. Right arrow curving left. Advise. Right arrow curving left. Submit, shrink. Right arrow curving left. Linden, lime tree. Right arrow curving left. Though the manner in which the merchant takes up the closing words of the envoy to the clerk's tale, and refers to the patience of Griselda, seems to prove beyond doubt that the order of the tales in the text is the right one, yet in some manuscripts of good authority the Franklin's tale follows the clerk's. And the envoy is concluded by this stanza. This worthy clerk when ended was his tale. Our host said, and swore by cock's bones, me lever were than a barrel of ale. My wife at home had heard this legend once. This is a gentle tale for the nonce. As, to my purpose, wist ye my will. But thing that will not be, let it be still. In other manuscripts of less authority the host proceeds, in 2 similar stanzas, to impose a tale on the Franklin. But Tyrwhitt is probably right in setting them aside as spurious, and in admitting the genuineness of the first only. If it be supposed that Chaucer forgot to cancel it when he had decided on another mode of connecting the merchants with the clerk's tale. Right arrow curving left. Believe. Right arrow curving left. Thoroughly. Right arrow curving left. So many I thrive. Right arrow curving left. Again. Right arrow curving left. Guard, forbid. Right arrow curving left. Believe. Right arrow curving left. Wickedness, shrewishness. Right arrow curving left. If, as is probable, this tale was translated from the French, the original is not now extant. Tyrwhitt remarks that the scene is laid in Italy, but none of the names, except Damien and Justin, seem to be Italian, but rather made at pleasure. So that I doubt whether the story be really of Italian growth. The adventure of the pear tree I find in a small collection of Latin fables, written by one Adolphus, in elegiac verses of his fashion, in the year 1315. Whatever was the real origin of the tale, the machinery of the fairies, which Chaucer has used so happily, was probably added by himself. And, indeed, I cannot help thinking that his Pluto and Proserpina were the true progenitors of Oberon and Titania. Or rather, that they themselves have, once at least, deign to revisit our poetical system under the latter names. Right arrow curving left. Of the laity. But perhaps, since the word is of twofold meaning, Chaucer intends a hit at the secular clergy, who, unlike the regular orders, did not live separate from the world, but shared in all its interests and pleasures, all the more easily and freely, that they had not the civil restraint of marriage. Right arrow curving left. Inclination. Right arrow curving left. True. Right arrow curving left. Especially. Right arrow curving left. Mirth, delight. Right arrow curving left. Becomes, befits. Right arrow curving left. Think that there is security. Right arrow curving left. Check, control. Right arrow curving left. Obedient. Right arrow curving left. Care for, attend to. Right arrow curving left. Mate. Right arrow curving left. Die. Right arrow curving left. Those. Right arrow curving left. What matter? Right arrow curving left. Thrift. This and the next 8 lines are taken from the Liber Aurelis Theophrasti de Nuptiis, quoted by Hieronymus, Contra Jovinianum, and thence again by John of Salisbury. Right arrow curving left. Servant. Right arrow curving left. Better. Right arrow curving left. Waits on, longs to have. Right arrow curving left. Heed, notice. Right arrow curving left. Distrust. Right arrow curving left. Truly. Right arrow curving left. Common land. Right arrow curving left. Movables, furniture, etc., French, mobiles. Right arrow curving left. Doubt. Right arrow curving left. Perhaps. Right arrow curving left. Ruined. Right arrow curving left. Who are not of the clergy. Right arrow curving left. Prove. Right arrow curving left. Obedient, complying. Right arrow curving left. Labor. Right arrow curving left. Wit. Right arrow curving left. Pleaseth. Right arrow curving left. Security. Right arrow curving left. Counsel. Right arrow curving left. Counsel. Right arrow curving left. Benediction. Right arrow curving left. Advanced in dignity. Right arrow curving left. To be esteemed in the highest degree. Right arrow curving left. Bade. Right arrow curving left. Work. Right arrow curving left. Thrive. Right arrow curving left. Let men jest and laugh as they will. Right arrow curving left. Sure. Right arrow curving left. Especially. Right arrow curving left. Grave, earnest. Right arrow curving left. Graves. Right arrow curving left. Arrange, contrive. Right arrow curving left. Try. Right arrow curving left. Sooner. Right arrow curving left. Young pike. Right arrow curving left. No. Right arrow curving left. Wade's boat was called Gingelot, and in it, according to the old romance, the owner underwent a long series of wild adventures, and performed many strange exploits. The romance is lost, and therefore the exact force of the phrase in the text is uncertain, but Mr. Wright seems to be warranted in supposing that Wade's adventures were cited as examples of craft and cunning, that the hero, in fact, was a kind of northern Ulysses. It is possible that to the same source we may trace the proverbial phrase, found in Chaucer's Remedy of Love, to bear watis pack, signifying to be duped or beguiled. Right arrow curving left. So much mischief can they perform, employ. Right arrow curving left. Pleases. Right arrow curving left. Guide. Right arrow curving left. Bend, mold. Right arrow curving left. Adultery. Right arrow curving left. I would rather. Right arrow curving left. Trouble. Right arrow curving left. Boast. Right arrow curving left. Strong. Right arrow curving left. Groan. Right arrow curving left. See. Right arrow curving left. Constantly, every day. Right arrow curving left. Depart, deviate. Right arrow curving left. Surely. Right arrow curving left. Advice, encouragement. Right arrow curving left. Nose. Right arrow curving left. Judgment, sentiment. Right arrow curving left. In every point. Right arrow curving left. Satisfied. Right arrow curving left. Advanced, past participle of step. Elsewhere, y stepped in age is used by Chaucer. Right arrow curving left. Consider. Right arrow curving left. Given to drink. Right arrow curving left. A scold. Right arrow curving left. Mad. Right arrow curving left. Sound in every point. Right arrow curving left. Describe, tell. Right arrow curving left. Qualities. Right arrow curving left. Especially. Right arrow curving left. Company. Right arrow curving left. Pinches. Right arrow curving left. Especially. Right arrow curving left. Company. Right arrow curving left. Displeased. Right arrow curving left. Ill-natured, wicked. Right arrow curving left. Hindereth. Right arrow curving left. Imprint themselves. Right arrow curving left. Stay, fix his choice. Right arrow curving left. Sedateness. Right arrow curving left. Sedateness. Right arrow curving left. Had selected her. Right arrow curving left. In quest of a wife for him, as they had promised. Right arrow curving left. He had definitively made his choice. Right arrow curving left. First of all. Right arrow curving left. Asked a favor, made a request. Right arrow curving left. Although. Right arrow curving left. Have a share. Right arrow curving left. Long right arrow curving left. That tree of original sin, of which the special sins are the branches. Right arrow curving left. Comfort and pleasure. Right arrow curving left. Alarmed, afraid. Right arrow curving left. Lives eternally. Right arrow curving left. Doubt. Right arrow curving left. Resolve, answer. Right arrow curving left. Mockery, jesting way. Right arrow curving left. Written texts. Right arrow curving left. Work. Right arrow curving left. Unless. Right arrow curving left. This is the best counsel that I know. Right arrow curving left. Hinder. Right arrow curving left. Pleasures. Right arrow curving left. Moderately. Right arrow curving left. Alarmed, afraid. Right arrow curving left. Was named. Right arrow curving left. Writing and bond. Right arrow curving left. Crossed. Right arrow curving left. Prayed that. Right arrow curving left. Secure. Right arrow curving left. Delicate. Right arrow curving left. Poured out, from Anglo-Saxon, senken. Right arrow curving left. Martianus Capella, who wrote a kind of philosophical romance, De Nuptiis Mercurii et Philologiae. Her and him, 2 lines after, like he applied to Theodomas, are prefixed to the proper names for emphasis, according to the Anglo-Saxon usage. Right arrow curving left. That same, that. Right arrow curving left. No. Right arrow curving left. Countenance. Right arrow curving left. Afraid. Right arrow curving left. Gone away. Right arrow curving left. Mad. Right arrow curving left. Fainted. Right arrow curving left. Bewail. Right arrow curving left. Domestic, belonging to the familia, or household. Right arrow curving left. Offers. Right arrow curving left. Domestic servant, from Anglo-Saxon, hiwa. Tyrwhitt reads, false of holy hue, but Mr. Wright has properly restored the reading adopted in the text. Right arrow curving left. Born. Owing to January faith and loyalty because born in his household. Right arrow curving left. Dishonor, outrage. Right arrow curving left. Enemy in the household. Right arrow curving left. Diurnal. Right arrow curving left. Pleasant company. Right arrow curving left. Eager. Right arrow curving left. Spiced wine. Right arrow curving left. A wine believed to have come from Crete, although its name, Italian, Vernaccia, seems to be derived from Verona. Right arrow curving left. A medical author who wrote about 1080. His works were printed at Bâle in 1536. Right arrow curving left. Curtains. Right arrow curving left. Mate, consort. Right arrow curving left. Dogfish. Right arrow curving left. Briar. Right arrow curving left. No matter. Right arrow curving left. Wantonness. Right arrow curving left. Quavered in his singing. Right arrow curving left. Discover, betray. Right arrow curving left. Risk. Right arrow curving left. Writing case, carried about by clerks or scholars. Right arrow curving left. That. Right arrow curving left. Nearly all the manuscripts read, in 2 of Tor. But Tyrwhitt has shown that, setting out from the second degree of Taurus, the moon, which in the 4 complete days that Maia spent in her chamber could not have advanced more than 53 degrees, would only have been at the 25th degree of Gemini, whereas, by reading 10, she is brought to the 3rd degree of Cancer. Right arrow curving left. Hindered. Right arrow curving left. Grieves, causes uneasiness. Right arrow curving left. Secret, trusty. Right arrow curving left. When only I have rested me a little. Right arrow curving left. Then. Right arrow curving left. Saw. Right arrow curving left. Orchida, past participle of kithe or kithe, to show or discover. Right arrow curving left. Fragments. Right arrow curving left. Is thoughtful. Right arrow curving left. Whether she were willing or reluctant. Right arrow curving left. Precise, overnice. French, precious, affected. Right arrow curving left. Let him judge. Right arrow curving left. To satisfy his desire. Right arrow curving left. Generosity. Right arrow curving left. Closely consider. Right arrow curving left. Die. Right arrow curving left. Or, pruned. Carefully trimmed and dressed himself. The word is used in falconry of a hawk when she picks and trims her feathers. Right arrow curving left. A dog attending a hunter with the bow. Right arrow curving left. Writers, scholars. Right arrow curving left. Prepared, arranged. Right arrow curving left. Honorably, suitably. Right arrow curving left. Which opens with a description of a beautiful garden. Right arrow curving left. Tell, describe. Right arrow curving left. Son of Bacchus and Venus, he was regarded as the promoter of fertility in all agricultural life, vegetable and animal. While not only gardens, but fields, flocks, bees, and even fisheries, were supposed to be under his protection. Right arrow curving left. Fountain. Right arrow curving left. Pleasure. Right arrow curving left. Key. Right arrow curving left. Unshut, opened. Right arrow curving left. Deceitful. Right arrow curving left. Strange. Right arrow curving left. Both great and small. Right arrow curving left. Pleasure. Right arrow curving left. Mate. Right arrow curving left. He could not cease to be jealous continually. Right arrow curving left. Unless. Right arrow curving left. Pleased. Right arrow curving left. Expected. Right arrow curving left. Burst. Right arrow curving left. Unless. Right arrow curving left. End, aim. Right arrow curving left. Deceived, by Mercury, see note 405. Right arrow curving left. Think confidently. Right arrow curving left. Taken an impression of the key. Right arrow curving left. Learn. Right arrow curving left. They exchanged the assurances of their love, came. Right arrow curving left. Whispering. Right arrow curving left. It befell, it happened. Right arrow curving left. Inciting. Right arrow curving left. Wet. See Song of Solomon, Chapter 2. Right arrow curving left. Dove's eyes. Right arrow curving left. Rather. Right arrow curving left. Chose. Right arrow curving left. Covetousness. Right arrow curving left. Surely. Right arrow curving left. Blame. Right arrow curving left. Dissimilar, incompatible. Right arrow curving left. Die not. Right arrow curving left. Cause. Right arrow curving left. Cause. Right arrow curving left. Drown. Right arrow curving left. Reproof. Right arrow curving left. Mate. Right arrow curving left. Pear tree. Right arrow curving left. That fair field. Of Enna, where Proserpine, gathering flowers. Herself a fairer flower, by gloomy Dis. Was gathered. Milton, Paradise Lost, 4268. Right arrow curving left. Fetched. Right arrow curving left. Deny. Right arrow curving left. Inconstancy. Right arrow curving left. Nose. Right arrow curving left. Goodness. Right arrow curving left. See Ecclesiastes 7 verse 28. Right arrow curving left. Jesus, the son of Sirach, to whom is ascribed one of the books of the Apocrypha, that called the Wisdom of Jesus the son of Sirach, or Ecclesiasticus. In which, especially in the 9th and 25th chapters, severe cautions are given against women. Right arrow curving left. Although. Right arrow curving left. Confront it, face it out. Right arrow curving left. Ignorant, confounded. Right arrow curving left. Histories, such as those of Lucretia, Portia, etc. Right arrow curving left. Opinion, real meaning. Right arrow curving left. Perfect goodness. Right arrow curving left. Man nor woman. Right arrow curving left. Forbidden. Right arrow curving left. Plaster over, whitewash. Right arrow curving left. Idolater. Right arrow curving left. The true. Right arrow curving left. Kingdom. Right arrow curving left. Sooner. Right arrow curving left. Care not for, value not. Right arrow curving left. Praters. Right arrow curving left. Enjoy the use of, preserve. Right arrow curving left. Becomes, befits. Right arrow curving left. Parrot. Right arrow curving left. That same pear tree. Right arrow curving left. Unless. Right arrow curving left. Servant. Right arrow curving left. No matter. Right arrow curving left. Twig, bough. Right arrow curving left. Mince matters. Right arrow curving left. At this point, and again some 20 lines below, several verses of a very coarse character had been inserted in later manuscripts. But they are evidently spurious, and are omitted in the best editions. Right arrow curving left. Unless. Right arrow curving left. Store is the general reading here, but its meaning is not obvious. Store is found in several manuscripts. It signifies struggle or resist. And both for its own appropriateness, and for the force which it gives the word strange, the reading in the text seems the better. Right arrow curving left. Neck. Right arrow curving left. Glimmering. Right arrow curving left. Endnotes 3001, 500. Rave, are confused. Right arrow curving left. Dear. Right arrow curving left. Grieved. Right arrow curving left. Think as you please. Right arrow curving left. Notice. Right arrow curving left. Awakened. Right arrow curving left. Who mistakes oft misjudges. Right arrow curving left. Embraced. Right arrow curving left. Led. Right arrow curving left. Then. Right arrow curving left. Truth. Right arrow curving left. Swerve, depart. Right arrow curving left. Blabbering, prating. Right arrow curving left. Moreover. Right arrow curving left. No matter. Right arrow curving left. No. Right arrow curving left. Secret, confidence. Right arrow curving left. If. Right arrow curving left. Certainly. Right arrow curving left. Foolish. Right arrow curving left. Are adepts at giving circulation to such wares. The host evidently means that his wife would be sure to hear of his confessions from some female member of the company. Right arrow curving left. Done. Right arrow curving left. Know of it. Right arrow curving left. Pleasure. Right arrow curving left. That Squire's tale has not been found under any other form among the literary remains of the Middle Ages, and it is unknown from what original it was derived, if from any. The tale is unfinished, not because the conclusion has been lost, but because the author left it so. Right arrow curving left. Made war upon. The Russians and Tartars waged constant hostilities between the 13th and 16th centuries. Right arrow curving left. In the best manuscripts the name is Kambinskin, and thus, no doubt, it should strictly be read. But it is a most pardonable offense against literal accuracy to use the word which Milton has made classical, in Il Penseroso, speaking of him that left half told the story of Cambuscan bold. Surely the admiration of Milton might well seem to the spirit of Chaucer to condone a much greater transgression on his domain than this verbal change, which to both eye and ear is an unquestionable improvement on the uncouth original. Right arrow curving left. Moreover, besides. Right arrow curving left. Alike, in even mood. Right arrow curving left. Firm, immovable of spirit. Right arrow curving left. Skill. Right arrow curving left. Orator. Right arrow curving left. Well skilled in using the colors, the word painting, belonging to his art. Right arrow curving left. Caused his birthday festival to be proclaimed, ordered by proclamation. Right arrow curving left. Aries was the mansion of Mars, to whom his applies. Leo was the mansion of the sun. Right arrow curving left. Pleasant. Right arrow curving left. Bright. Right arrow curving left. Like. Right arrow curving left. Relate. Right arrow curving left. Dishes, or soups. The precise force of the word is uncertain, but it may be connected with seethe, to boil, and it seems to describe a dish in which the flesh was served up amid a kind of broth or gravy. The tsuer, taster or assayer of the viand served at great tables, probably derived his name from the verb to say or assay. Though Tyrwhitt would connect the two words, by taking both from the French, asseoir, to place, making the arrangement of the table the leading duty of the tsuer, rather than the testing of the food. Right arrow curving left. Young herons, French, heroneaux. Right arrow curving left. Care for. Right arrow curving left. Story, discourse, French, propos. Right arrow curving left. Noble, brave array. Right arrow curving left. Watched. Right arrow curving left. Celebrated in medieval romance as the most courteous among King Arthur's knights. Right arrow curving left. Could not better him by one word. Right arrow curving left. Fault. Right arrow curving left. Demeanor. Right arrow curving left. Learn. Right arrow curving left. The general sense of meaning. Right arrow curving left. This is the sum of. Right arrow curving left. Command. Right arrow curving left. Pass, go. Right arrow curving left. Hurt, injury. Right arrow curving left. It pleases you. Right arrow curving left. Twisting. Right arrow curving left. New. Right arrow curving left. Contrivance. Trick, snare. Compare Italian, inganno, deception, and our own engine. Right arrow curving left. Observed. Right arrow curving left. Mr. Wright remarks that the making and arrangement of seals was one of the important operations of medieval magic. Right arrow curving left. Speech, sound. Right arrow curving left. Remedy. Right arrow curving left. The same. Right arrow curving left. Deceit. Right arrow curving left. Seated at table. Right arrow curving left. Fetched. Right arrow curving left. Removed, French, remuer, to stir. Right arrow curving left. Pulley. Right arrow curving left. Know not the cunning of the mechanism. Right arrow curving left. Remove. Right arrow curving left. Gaze. Right arrow curving left. Apulian. The horses of Apulia, in Old French poil, in Italian Puglia, were held in high value. Right arrow curving left. Weaned, thought. Right arrow curving left. Bees. Right arrow curving left. Reasons. Right arrow curving left. Pegasus. Right arrow curving left. The wooden horse of the Greek Sinon, introduced into Troy by the stratagem of its maker. Right arrow curving left. Narratives of exploits and adventures. Right arrow curving left. Design, prepare. Right arrow curving left. Whispered. Right arrow curving left. Ignorant. Right arrow curving left. Are ready to think the worst. Right arrow curving left. Chief Tower, as, in the Knight's Tale, the principal street is called the Master Street. See note 841. Right arrow curving left. Two writers on optics, the first supposed to have lived about 1100, the other about 1270. Tyrwhitt says that their works were printed at Ball in 1572, under the title Alhazini et Vitalones Optici. Right arrow curving left. Curious. Right arrow curving left. Wound. Telephus, a son of Hercules, reigned over Mysia when the Greeks came to besiege Troy, and he sought to prevent their landing. But, by the art of Dionysus, he was made to stumble over a vine, and Achilles wounded him with his spear. The oracle informed Telephus that the hurt could be healed only by him, or by the weapon that inflicted it. And the king, seeking the Grecian camp, was healed by Achilles with the rust of the charmed spear. Right arrow curving left. However, right arrow curving left had a reputation for knowledge. Right arrow curving left. Because. Right arrow curving left. Before. A corruption of foreign, from Anglo-Saxon, foran. Right arrow curving left. Known. Right arrow curving left. Or Aldebaran, a star in the neck of the constellation Leo. Right arrow curving left. Presence chamber, or chamber of state, full of splendid furniture and ornaments. The same expression is used in French and Italian. Right arrow curving left. In Pisces, Venus was said to be at her exaltation or greatest power. See note 1988. Right arrow curving left. Soon. Right arrow curving left. Tell, describe. Right arrow curving left. Merry, gay. Right arrow curving left. Unfamiliar, strange, from con, to know. See note 7. Right arrow curving left. The pantomimic gestures of the dance. Right arrow curving left. Arthur's famous knight, so accomplished and courtly, that he was held the very pink of chivalry. Right arrow curving left. Pleasantness. Right arrow curving left. Haste. Right arrow curving left. Greatest. Right arrow curving left. Then. Right arrow curving left. Mode of managing him. Right arrow curving left. Turn, akin to thurl, drill. Right arrow curving left. Contrivance. Right arrow curving left. Call. Right arrow curving left. Another reading is bide, alight or remain. Right arrow curving left. Cherished. Right arrow curving left. No not. Right arrow curving left. Entertaining, French, festoyer, to feast. Right arrow curving left. Nurse. Right arrow curving left. Heed. Right arrow curving left. Yawning. Right arrow curving left. Kissed. Right arrow curving left. The old physicians held that blood dominated in the human body late at night and in the early morning. Galen says that the domination lasts for 7 hours. Right arrow curving left. Fumes of wine rising from the stomach to the head. Right arrow curving left. Which are of no significance. Right arrow curving left. Broad forenoon, dinner time. Right arrow curving left. Except. Right arrow curving left. Moderate. Right arrow curving left. She did not choose to be made pale. Right arrow curving left. To look sad, depressed. Right arrow curving left. Curious. Right arrow curving left. Tutoresses, governesses. Right arrow curving left. Pleasant. Right arrow curving left. Sweet. Right arrow curving left. Servants, household. Right arrow curving left. A path cut out. Right arrow curving left. Glided. Right arrow curving left. Be lightened, gladdened. Right arrow curving left. New. Right arrow curving left. Nucleus, chief matter. Right arrow curving left. Delayed. Right arrow curving left. Inclination, zest. Right arrow curving left. For a long time. Right arrow curving left. Thoroughly dried up. Right arrow curving left. From top to bottom of. Right arrow curving left. Incessantly. Right arrow curving left. Shrieked. Right arrow curving left. Picked, wounded. Right arrow curving left. Describe. Right arrow curving left. Foreign, strange, German, fremd. In the northern dialects, frem, or fremd, is used in the same sense. Right arrow curving left. Curious. Right arrow curving left. Language, dialect, from Anglo-Saxon, Leiden or Leyden, a corruption from Latin. Right arrow curving left. Pity. Right arrow curving left. Twig, bough. Right arrow curving left. Raging, furious. Right arrow curving left. Believe. Right arrow curving left. Revenge. Right arrow curving left. Fear. Right arrow curving left. Have mercy on yourself. Right arrow curving left. Distress. Right arrow curving left. Surely. Right arrow curving left. Nature. Right arrow curving left. Awoke. Right arrow curving left. By experience as by text or doctrine. Right arrow curving left. Show with. Right arrow curving left. Better. Right arrow curving left. Instructed, corrected. Right arrow curving left. Depart. Right arrow curving left. As if she would dissolve into water. Right arrow curving left. To her. Right arrow curving left. Same. Right arrow curving left. The tassel, or male of any species of hawk, so called, according to Cotgrave, because he is 1/3, tiers, smaller than the female. Right arrow curving left. Although he was. Right arrow curving left. Under an aspect, mean, of humility. Right arrow curving left. Are consonant to. Right arrow curving left. Foolish, simple. Right arrow curving left. Greatly afraid lest he should die. Right arrow curving left. Both privately and in public. Right arrow curving left. In no other way, on no other terms. Right arrow curving left. Do not think alike. Right arrow curving left. Mean. Right arrow curving left. First of all. And Lamech took unto him 2 wives, the name of the one Ada, and the name of the other Zillah, Genesis 4 verse 19. Right arrow curving left. Sophistries, beguilements. Right arrow curving left. Shoe. It seems to have been used in France, of a sabot, or wooden shoe. The reader cannot fail to recall the same illustration in John 1 verse 27, where the Baptist says of Christ, He it is, who coming after me is preferred before me. Whose shoes latchet I am not worthy to unloose. Right arrow curving left. Combed, studied. Right arrow curving left. With perfect precision. Right arrow curving left. Pained. Right arrow curving left. Little. Right arrow curving left. So far did this go. Right arrow curving left. Fell, aloud. Right arrow curving left. So dear, or dearer. Right arrow curving left. Depart, separate. Right arrow curving left. Whether. Right arrow curving left. Stay, another form is believe, from Anglo-Saxon, beleton, to remain. Compare German, bleiben. Right arrow curving left. Witness, pledge. Right arrow curving left. Better. Right arrow curving left. This sentiment, as well as the illustration of the bird which follows, is taken from the 3rd book of Boethius, De Consolation Philosophiae, Metrum 2. It has thus been rendered in Chaucer's translation, all things seek aye to their proper course, and all things rejoice on their returning again to their nature. Right arrow curving left. Men, by their own, their very, nature, are fond of novelty, and prone to inconstancy. Right arrow curving left. Immediately on his door being opened. Right arrow curving left. Lost, undone. Right arrow curving left. Again. Right arrow curving left. Lap. Right arrow curving left. Gladden. Right arrow curving left. Cage. Right arrow curving left. Blue velvets. Blue was the color of truth, as green was that of inconstancy. In John Stow's additions to Chaucer's works, printed in 1561, there is a ballade which Chaucer made against women inconstant, of which the refrain is, instead of blue. Thus may ye wear all green. Right arrow curving left. Supposed to be the titmouse. Right arrow curving left. Again, presently. Right arrow curving left. Had he not? Right arrow curving left. Unless we suppose this to be a namesake of the Camballo who was Kenace's brother, which is not at all probable, we must agree with Tyrwhitt that there is a mistake here. Which no doubt Chaucer would have rectified, if the tale had not been left half told. One manuscript reads, Caballo. And though not much authority need be given to a difference that may be due to mere omission of the mark of contraction over the a, there is enough in the text to show that another person than the king's younger son is intended. The squire promises to tell the adventures that befell each member of Cambuscan's family. And in thorough consistency with this plan, and with the canons of chivalric story, would be the marriage of Kenace to some knight who was first obliged to fight for her with her two brethren. A method of courtship, adds Tyrwhitt, very consonant to the spirit of ancient chivalry. Right arrow curving left. In the older editions, the verses here given as the prologue were prefixed to the merchant's tale, and put into his mouth. Tyrwhitt was abundantly justified, by the internal evidence afforded by the lines themselves, in transferring them to their present place. Right arrow curving left. Allow, approve. Right arrow curving left. So far as my judgment goes. Right arrow curving left. Value, esteem. Right arrow curving left. It were dearer to me, I would rather. Right arrow curving left. Unless. Right arrow curving left. Rebuked, snubbed. Right arrow curving left. Apply himself. Right arrow curving left. Knowest. Right arrow curving left. Promise. Right arrow curving left. The Breton lays were an important and curious element in the literature of the Middle Ages. They were originally composed in the Armorican language, and the chief collection of them extant was translated into French verse by a poetess calling herself Marie, about the middle of the 13th century. But though this collection was the most famous, and had doubtless been read by Chaucer, there were other British or Breton lays, and from one of those the Franklin's Tale is taken. Boccaccio has dealt with the same story in the Decameron and the Filicopo, altering the circumstances to suit the removal of its scene to a southern clime. Right arrow curving left. Rude, unlearned. Right arrow curving left. Doubt. Right arrow curving left. Strange. Right arrow curving left. Devoted himself, strove. Right arrow curving left. Hardly, for fear that she would not entertain his suit. Right arrow curving left. Especially. Right arrow curving left. Suffering, distress. Right arrow curving left. Show. Right arrow curving left. Would to God there may never be war or strife between us, through my fault. Right arrow curving left. Burst. Right arrow curving left. Perhaps the true reading is beteth, prepares, makes ready, his wings for flight. Right arrow curving left. By nature. Right arrow curving left. Slave. Right arrow curving left. Enjoys the highest advantages of all. Right arrow curving left. Prosper. Right arrow curving left. The influence of the planets. Right arrow curving left. Revenged. Right arrow curving left. According to. Right arrow curving left. Is capable of. Right arrow curving left. Promised. Right arrow curving left. Surely. Right arrow curving left. On the west coast of Brittany, between Brest and Lorient. The name is composed of two British words, pen, mountain, and mark, region. It therefore means the mountainous country. Right arrow curving left. Delight. Right arrow curving left. Unless. Right arrow curving left. The Red City, it is not known where it was situated. Right arrow curving left. Prepared, arranged. Right arrow curving left. Pleasure. Right arrow curving left. See speaking. Right arrow curving left. Saith. Right arrow curving left. Assiduity. Right arrow curving left. To diminish, slacken. Right arrow curving left. Saw. Right arrow curving left. Part. Right arrow curving left. Cured, French, guérir, to heal, or recover from sickness. Right arrow curving left. Black. Right arrow curving left. Look out on the sea. Right arrow curving left. Painful sighs. Right arrow curving left. Idly, in vain. Right arrow curving left. Works mischief, from Latin, nocco, I hurt. Right arrow curving left. Though they are forgotten. Right arrow curving left. Image. Right arrow curving left. Love, affection, from French, cher, dear. Right arrow curving left. Pleaseth. Right arrow curving left. That. Right arrow curving left. Provision, arrangement. Right arrow curving left. So much to be valued or praised. Right arrow curving left. Unless. Right arrow curving left. In my judgment. Right arrow curving left. Unless. Right arrow curving left. Esteem, value. Right arrow curving left. Without the knowledge. Right arrow curving left. Fortune. Right arrow curving left. Betray. Right arrow curving left. Ballads. The Virelai was an ancient French poem of 2 rhymes. Right arrow curving left. Thence. From the garden. Right arrow curving left. For a long time. Right arrow curving left. Gladden. Right arrow curving left. Reward. Right arrow curving left. Buried. Right arrow curving left. Cause me to die. Right arrow curving left. Before. Right arrow curving left. That. Right arrow curving left. Playfully, in jest. Right arrow curving left. From end to end of. Right arrow curving left. Prevent. Right arrow curving left. Value, pleasure. Right arrow curving left. Saith. Right arrow curving left. Escape. Right arrow curving left. Prayer. Right arrow curving left. Wandered, went. Right arrow curving left. Dwelling, situation. Right arrow curving left. Compassionate. Right arrow curving left. Undone. Right arrow curving left. Unless. Right arrow curving left. Pleaseth. Right arrow curving left. Tell, explain. Right arrow curving left. Helped. Right arrow curving left. Diana the Bright. See note 592. Right arrow curving left. Quickened. Right arrow curving left. Cause. Right arrow curving left. Burst. Right arrow curving left. Promise. Right arrow curving left. If she do not. Right arrow curving left. Distress. Right arrow curving left. Weather. Right arrow curving left. He cared not to fancy. Right arrow curving left. Fear, suspicion. Right arrow curving left. Occupied himself with. Right arrow curving left. Scholar, man in holy orders. Right arrow curving left. In a Latin poem, very popular in Chaucer's time, Pamphilus relates his amour with Galatea, setting out with the idea adopted by our poet in the lines that follow. Right arrow curving left. A wound healed on the surface, but festering beneath. Right arrow curving left. Except. Right arrow curving left. Where there was a celebrated and very famous university, afterwards eclipsed by that of Paris. It was founded by Philip le Bel in 1312. Right arrow curving left. Eager, curious. Right arrow curving left. Every nook and corner. Anglo-Saxon, hielk, a nook, hyrn, a corner. Right arrow curving left. Saw. Right arrow curving left. Though. Right arrow curving left. Belief, creed. Right arrow curving left. Cured. Right arrow curving left. Certain. Right arrow curving left. Tricksters, jugglers. The word is probably derived, in tréguet, deceit or imposture, from the French trebuchet, a military machine. Since it is evident that much and elaborate machinery must have been employed to produce the effects afterwards described. Another derivation is from the Low Latin, tricator, a deceiver. Right arrow curving left. Vanished, removed. Right arrow curving left. Learned man. Right arrow curving left. Vanished, removed. Right arrow curving left. Cured. Right arrow curving left. Keep her promise. Right arrow curving left. Gone. Right arrow curving left. Eased of, released from, another form of less or lesson. Right arrow curving left. All but. Right arrow curving left. Civilly. Right arrow curving left. Greeted. Right arrow curving left. Days. Right arrow curving left. Gone, removed. Right arrow curving left. Passed away. Right arrow curving left. The river, formed by the union of the Dordogne and Garonne, on which Bordeaux stands. Right arrow curving left. A matter of difficulty. See note 1247. Right arrow curving left. And even for that sum he would not willingly go to work. Right arrow curving left. Agreed. Right arrow curving left. I pledge my faith on it. Right arrow curving left. Had a respite, relief, from anguish. Right arrow curving left. Colored like copper or Latin. Right arrow curving left. Beams. Right arrow curving left. Courtyard, garden. Right arrow curving left. Noël, the French for Christmas, derived from Natalie's, and signifying that on that day Christ was born, came to be used as a festive cry by the people on solemn occasions. Right arrow curving left. Pity. Right arrow curving left. Tricks. Right arrow curving left. Detestable villainy. Right arrow curving left. Tolden tables. The astronomical tables composed by order of Alfonso II, King of Castile, about 1250 and so called because they were adapted to the city of Toledo. Right arrow curving left. Alnath, says Mr. Wright, was the first star in the horns of Aries, whence the first mansion of the moon is named. Right arrow curving left. Wicked devices. Right arrow curving left. Another and better reading is, a week or two. Right arrow curving left. Weather. Right arrow curving left. Removed. Right arrow curving left. Fearful. Right arrow curving left. Mean. Right arrow curving left. Distress, affliction. Right arrow curving left. Bewail. Right arrow curving left. Promised. Right arrow curving left. Cause. Right arrow curving left. Die. Right arrow curving left. Scarcely. Right arrow curving left. Complain. Right arrow curving left. Sooner, rather. Right arrow curving left. I may certainly purchase my exemption. Right arrow curving left. They are all taken from the book of Saint Jerome Contra Jovinianum, from which the wife of Bath drew so many of her ancient instances. See note 1741. Right arrow curving left. Wickedness. Right arrow curving left. Suddenly leaped. Right arrow curving left. Forcibly bereft. Right arrow curving left. Caught, clasped. Right arrow curving left. Pluck away by force. Right arrow curving left. Same. Right arrow curving left. Slay. Right arrow curving left. Ravished. Right arrow curving left. Panthea. Abradatas, king of Susa, was an ally of the Assyrians against Cyrus, and his wife was taken at the conquest of the Assyrian camp. Struck by the honorable treatment she received at the captor's hands, Abradatas joined Cyrus, and fell in battle against his former allies. His wife, inconsolable at his loss, slew herself immediately. Right arrow curving left. Better. Right arrow curving left. In circumstances of the same kind. Right arrow curving left. Avenged, vindicated. Right arrow curving left. Chose. Right arrow curving left. Her husband. She begged the gods, after his death, that but 3 hours' converse with him might be allowed her. The request was granted. And when her dead husband, at the expiry of the time, returned to the world of shades, she bore him company. Right arrow curving left. The daughter of Cato of Utica, Portia married Marcus Brutus, the friend and the assassin of Julius Caesar. When her husband died by his own hand after the Battle of Philippi, she committed suicide, it is said, by swallowing live coals, all other means having been removed by her friends. Right arrow curving left. Artemisia, queen of Curia, who built to her husband Mausolus, the splendid monument which was accounted among the wonders of the world. And who mingled her husband's ashes with her daily drink. Barbarie is used in the Greek sense, to designate the non-Hellenic peoples of Asia. Right arrow curving left. Queen of Illyria, who, after her husband's death, made war on and was conquered by the Romans, BC 228. Right arrow curving left. At this point, in some manuscripts, occur the following 2 lines. The same thing I say of Bilia. Of Rhodgon and of Valeria. Right arrow curving left. Die. Right arrow curving left. Demeanor. Right arrow curving left. Relate. Right arrow curving left. Assuredly. Right arrow curving left. If. Right arrow curving left. Certainly. Right arrow curving left. I had rather be slain. Right arrow curving left. Readiest. Right arrow curving left. Prepared, going. To boun or boun is a good old word, whence comes our word bound, in the sense of on the way. Right arrow curving left. Promised. Right arrow curving left. Pity. Right arrow curving left. Rather. Right arrow curving left. Rude outrage. Right arrow curving left. Generosity. Right arrow curving left. Rather. Right arrow curving left. Pity. Right arrow curving left. Sunder, split up. Right arrow curving left. Surety. Right arrow curving left. Reproach. Right arrow curving left. Of no, breach of, promise. Right arrow curving left. Doubt. Right arrow curving left. Gone. Right arrow curving left. Satisfied. Right arrow curving left. Utterly lost. Right arrow curving left. Promised. Right arrow curving left. Purified, refined. Right arrow curving left. Ruined, undone. Right arrow curving left. Unless. Right arrow curving left. Time to pay up. Right arrow curving left. Gravely. Right arrow curving left. Side. Right arrow curving left. Rather. Right arrow curving left. Also. Right arrow curving left. Before. Right arrow curving left. Such an ocular deception, or apparition, more properly, disappearance, as the removal of the rocks. Right arrow curving left. Dear. Right arrow curving left. Doubt. Right arrow curving left. Labor, pains. Right arrow curving left. Generous, liberal. The same question is stated at the end of Boccaccio's version of the story in the Filicopo, where the queen determines in favor of Avaragus. The question is evidently one of those which it was the fashion to propose for debate in the medieval courts of love. Right arrow curving left. No, can tell. Right arrow curving left. The authenticity of the prologue is questionable. It is found in one manuscript only. Other manuscripts give other prologues, more plainly not Chaucer's than this. And some manuscripts have merely a colophon to the effect that, here endeth the Franklin's tale, and beginneth the physician's tale, without a prologue. The tale itself is the well-known story of Virginia, with several departures from the text of Livy. Chaucer probably followed the Romance of the Rose, and Gower's Confessio Amantis, in both of which the story is found. Right arrow curving left. Livy, Book 3 Cap. 44, Id Sequentia right arrow curving left. Care. Right arrow curving left. Ask. Right arrow curving left. Glory. Right arrow curving left. Beams, rays. Right arrow curving left. Mind, spirit. Right arrow curving left. Moderation. Right arrow curving left. Utterance, speech, from Latin, fecundia, eloquence. Right arrow curving left. Diligent, eager. Right arrow curving left. Other readings are thought and youth. Right arrow curving left. Of old. Right arrow curving left. Governesses, duennas. Right arrow curving left. Wickedness, French, méconceit. Right arrow curving left. Be slack, fail. Right arrow curving left. Forsaken, left. Right arrow curving left. Gluttony. Right arrow curving left. Wicked, evil. Right arrow curving left. Heed. Right arrow curving left. Oversight. Right arrow curving left. Pay for, suffer for. Right arrow curving left. Goodness. Right arrow curving left. Misfortune. Right arrow curving left. This line seems to be a kind of aside thrown in by Chaucer himself. Right arrow curving left. Observing. Right arrow curving left. Bribe, reward. Right arrow curving left. The various readings of this word are churl, or churl, in the best manuscripts, client, in the common editions, and clerk, supported by two important manuscripts. Client would perhaps be the best reading, if it were not awkward for the meter, but between churl and clerk there can be little doubt that Mr. Wright chose wisely when he preferred the second. Right arrow curving left. Counsel, plot. Right arrow curving left. Arranged. Right arrow curving left. Historical, authentic. Right arrow curving left. Discourse, account. Right arrow curving left. True. Right arrow curving left. Judgments. Right arrow curving left. In haste. Right arrow curving left. Petition. Right arrow curving left. Cause. Right arrow curving left. Know, learn. Right arrow curving left. Slave. Right arrow curving left. Prove. Right arrow curving left. Be not displeased. Right arrow curving left. Villainous. Right arrow curving left. Pronounce, determine. Right arrow curving left. Piercing. Right arrow curving left. Although. Right arrow curving left. Swerve, turn aside. Right arrow curving left. Saw. Right arrow curving left. Bewail. Right arrow curving left. Judges 11 verses 37 and 38. And she said unto her father, Let me alone 2 months, that I may go up and down upon the mountains, and bewail my virginity, I and my fellows. And he said, Go. Right arrow curving left. Offense. Right arrow curving left. Stern, cruel. Right arrow curving left. Took. Right arrow curving left. Judgment. Right arrow curving left. Thrust. Right arrow curving left. Suspicion. Right arrow curving left. Cast into jail, according to Uri's explanation. Though we should probably understand that, if Claudius had not been sent out of the country, his death would have been secretly contrived through private detestation. Right arrow curving left. Villainy. Right arrow curving left. Desert. Right arrow curving left. Cause a man to tremble because of. Right arrow curving left. Illiterate or learned. Right arrow curving left. Advise. Right arrow curving left. Mad right arrow curving left. The nails and blood of Christ, by which it was then a fashion to swear. Right arrow curving left. Counselors, those who aid their undertakings. Right arrow curving left. Nevertheless. Right arrow curving left. Innocent. Right arrow curving left. Paid for, suffered for. Right arrow curving left. Profit. Right arrow curving left. No matter. Right arrow curving left. Body. Right arrow curving left. See note 151. Right arrow curving left. Box, French boit, old form boist. Right arrow curving left. Thrive. Right arrow curving left. Inset form. Right arrow curving left. Makest. Right arrow curving left. Grieve, from Anglo-Saxon, wretched. Right arrow curving left. Heartache, from Greek, kappa alpha rho delta iota alpha lambda gamma iota alpha. Right arrow curving left. Unless. Right arrow curving left. A remedy. Right arrow curving left. New and strong, nappy. As to moist, see note 159. Right arrow curving left. Unless. Right arrow curving left. Broken, burst. Right arrow curving left. Jokes. Right arrow curving left. Endnotes 3-501-4000. Alehouse sign. Right arrow curving left. Learn. Right arrow curving left. Wisdom, sense. Right arrow curving left. Surely. Right arrow curving left. The outline of this tale is to be found in the Cento Novelli Antiche, but the original is now lost. As in the case of the Wife of Bath's tale, there is a long prologue, but in this case it has been treated as part of the tale. Right arrow curving left. Take pains, make an effort. Right arrow curving left. Loud, lofty. From French, hautain. Right arrow curving left. The love of money is the root of all evil, 1 Timothy 6 verse 10. Right arrow curving left. For the protection of my person. Right arrow curving left. Rags, fragments. Right arrow curving left. As my auditors think. Right arrow curving left. Brass. Right arrow curving left. Heed. Right arrow curving left. Heed. Right arrow curving left. Owneth. Right arrow curving left. Mistrust. Right arrow curving left. Although. Right arrow curving left. Glove, mitten. Right arrow curving left. Confessed. Right arrow curving left. Cuckold. Right arrow curving left. Jest, trick. Right arrow curving left. Ignorant. Right arrow curving left. Jests. Right arrow curving left. Barn. Right arrow curving left. Briskly. Right arrow curving left. Wickedness. Right arrow curving left. Especially. Right arrow curving left. The meaning of this is not very clear, but it is probably a paraphrastic and picturesque way of indicating damnation. Right arrow curving left. Preaching is often inspired by evil motives. Right arrow curving left. Sharply. Right arrow curving left. Escape. Right arrow curving left. Offended. Right arrow curving left. Am I revenged on? Right arrow curving left. Depart. Right arrow curving left. Unlearned. Right arrow curving left. Because. Right arrow curving left. In respect of the poverty enjoined on and practiced by them. Right arrow curving left. Although. Right arrow curving left. Although. Right arrow curving left. Die. Right arrow curving left. Guitars. Right arrow curving left. Dreadful, fitted to agrees or horrify the listener. Right arrow curving left. See note 759. Mr. Wright says, the common oaths in the Middle Ages were by the different parts of God's body. And the popular preachers represented that profane swearers tore Christ's body by their imprecations. The idea was doubtless borrowed from the passage in Hebrews 6:6, where apostates are said to crucify to themselves the Son of God afresh, and put him to an open shame. Right arrow curving left. Laughed. Right arrow curving left. Female dancers or tumblers, from Anglo-Saxon, tumben, to dance. Right arrow curving left. Dainty. Right arrow curving left. Fruit girls. Right arrow curving left. Revelers. Right arrow curving left. Cake sellers. Right arrow curving left. Be not drunk with wine, wherein is excess. Ephesians 5 verse 18. Right arrow curving left. Unnaturally. Right arrow curving left. The reference is probably to the diligent inquiries Herod made at the time of Christ's birth. See Matt. 2:4-8. Right arrow curving left. Command. Right arrow curving left. A drunkard. Perhaps, says Tyrwhitt, Chaucer refers to epist lxxxa, extend in plures dies illum ebriae habitum, nunquid de furor dubitabis? Nunc quoque non est minor sed brevier. Right arrow curving left. Madness. Right arrow curving left. One evil-tempered. Right arrow curving left. Atoned for. Right arrow curving left. Doubt. Right arrow curving left. Forbidden. St. Jerome, in his book against Jovinian, says that so long as Adam fasted, he was in paradise, he ate, and he was thrust out. Right arrow curving left. Moderate. Right arrow curving left. Labor. Right arrow curving left. Meats for the belly, and the belly for meats, but God shall destroy both it and them. 1 Corinthians 6 verse 13. Right arrow curving left. Wine. Right arrow curving left. See Phil, 3:18-19. Right arrow curving left. Cross, French, croix. Right arrow curving left. Bag. Anglo-Saxon, cod, hence peas cod, pincushion, etc. Right arrow curving left. Supply. Right arrow curving left. Sweet. Right arrow curving left. Compare with the lines which follow, the picture of the drunken messenger in the Man of Law's Tale, here. Right arrow curving left. Care. Right arrow curving left. Doubt. Right arrow curving left. Especially. Right arrow curving left. A town near Cadiz, whence a stronger wine than the Gascon vintages afforded was imported to England. French wine was often adulterated with the cheaper and stronger Spanish. Right arrow curving left. Another reading is Fleet Street. Right arrow curving left. Learn. Right arrow curving left. He was suffocated in the night by a hemorrhage, brought on by a debauch, when he was preparing a new invasion of Italy, in 453. Right arrow curving left. Consider, bethink. Right arrow curving left. It is not for kings, O Lemuel, it is not for kings to drink wine, nor for princes strong drink. Lest they drink, and forget the law, and pervert the judgment of any of the afflicted. Proverbs 31 verses 4 and 5. Right arrow curving left. Forbid gaming. Right arrow curving left. Lies. Right arrow curving left. Property. Right arrow curving left. Reproach. Right arrow curving left. Undone, worthless. Right arrow curving left. Most manuscripts, evidently in error, have Stilbon and Calydon for Chilon and Lacedaemon. Chilon was one of the 7 sages of Greece, and flourished about BC 590. According to Diogenes Laertius, he died, under the pressure of age and joy, in the arms of his son, who had just been crowned victor at the Olympic Games. Right arrow curving left. Reproach. Right arrow curving left. Gamesters. Right arrow curving left. Rather. Right arrow curving left. Swear not at all, Christ's words in Matt 5:34. Right arrow curving left. Jeremiah 4 verse 2. Right arrow curving left. Judgment. Right arrow curving left. Wickedness. Right arrow curving left. Commandments. Right arrow curving left. In vain. Right arrow curving left. Sooner. Right arrow curving left. Flatly, plainly. Right arrow curving left. The nails that fastened Christ on the cross, which were regarded with superstitious reverence. Right arrow curving left. An abbey in Gloucestershire, where, under the designation of the blood of Hyles, a portion of Christ's blood was preserved. Right arrow curving left. A term of opprobrious reprobation, applied to the dice. Right arrow curving left. Before. Right arrow curving left. Servant. Right arrow curving left. A hunting phrase, apparently its force is, go beat up the game. Right arrow curving left. Wit. Right arrow curving left. Completely drunk. Right arrow curving left. Watchful, on one's guard. Right arrow curving left. Lest, in case. Right arrow curving left. Worthy. Right arrow curving left. At one. Right arrow curving left. Born, a better reading is sworn. Right arrow curving left. Dreadful. Right arrow curving left. See note 3543. Right arrow curving left. Catch. Right arrow curving left. Greeted. Right arrow curving left. Preserve, look upon graciously. Right arrow curving left. Closely wrapped up. Right arrow curving left. Miserable wretch. Right arrow curving left. Dear. Right arrow curving left. To wrap myself in. Right arrow curving left. Withered. Right arrow curving left. Accept. Right arrow curving left. To meet. Right arrow curving left. Advise. Right arrow curving left. Spy. Right arrow curving left. Suffer for. Right arrow curving left. Desired a thing. Right arrow curving left. Joke, frolic. Right arrow curving left. Weaned, thought. Right arrow curving left. Cause us to be hanged. Right arrow curving left. My advice is. Right arrow curving left. Lots. Right arrow curving left. Quickly. Right arrow curving left. What is for thine advantage? Right arrow curving left. Divided. Right arrow curving left. Contrive. Right arrow curving left. No, not. Right arrow curving left. Secret, in confidence. Right arrow curving left. Wicked wretch. Right arrow curving left. Sat down. Right arrow curving left. Pleasures. Right arrow curving left. Agreed. Right arrow curving left. Wicked wretch. Right arrow curving left. 2, German, zwei. Right arrow curving left. Leading such a bad life. Right arrow curving left. Kill, destroy, his rats. Right arrow curving left. Farmyard, hedge. Compare the French, hay. Right arrow curving left. Slain. Right arrow curving left. Revenge. Right arrow curving left. Surety. Right arrow curving left. Amount. Right arrow curving left. Lay down, quit. Right arrow curving left. Die. Right arrow curving left. At a pace, quickly. So, on several occasions, Chaucer speaks of a furlong, or 1 or 2 furlongs, when he means to denote a brief lapse of time. See note 1116, for an instance. Right arrow curving left. Taken. Right arrow curving left. Purposed. Right arrow curving left. Labor. Right arrow curving left. Talk, discourse. Right arrow curving left. Contrived, plotted. Right arrow curving left. By chance. Right arrow curving left. Died. Right arrow curving left. Avicen, or Avicenna, was among the distinguished physicians of the Arabian school in the 11th century, and very popular in the Middle Ages. His great work was called Canon Medicinae, and was divided into fens, or sections. Right arrow curving left. Outrage, impiety. Right arrow curving left. Unnatural. Right arrow curving left. Guard, keep. Right arrow curving left. Warish, heal. Right arrow curving left. Sterling money. Right arrow curving left. Absolve. Compare the Scotch law term assoilsy, to acquit. Right arrow curving left. Physician of souls. Right arrow curving left. Go. Right arrow curving left. Absolve. Compare the Scotch law term assoilsy, to acquit. Right arrow curving left. Both great and small. Right arrow curving left. Would counsel. Right arrow curving left. So the itch, so may I thrive. Right arrow curving left. Saint Helen, according to Sir John Mandeville, found the cross of Christ deep below ground, under a rock, where the Jews had hidden it. And she tested the genuineness of the sacred tree, by raising to life a dead man laid upon it. Right arrow curving left. Laughed. Right arrow curving left. Nearer. Right arrow curving left. In this tale, Chaucer seems to have followed an old French story, which also formed the groundwork of the first story in the 8th day of the Decameron. The prologue here given was transferred by Tyrwhitt from the place, preceding the Squire's Tale, which it had formerly occupied, the Shipman's Tale having no prologue in the best manuscripts. Right arrow curving left. Discreet, profitable. Right arrow curving left. Thy promise formerly. Right arrow curving left. No, are capable of telling. Right arrow curving left. A contemptuous name for the followers of Wycliffe. Presumably derived from the Latin, lolium, tares, as if they were the tares among the Lord's wheat. So, a few lines below, the shipman intimates his fear lest the parson should spring cockle in our clean corn. Right arrow curving left. Worthy. Right arrow curving left. Comment upon. Right arrow curving left. Tares, weeds. The agrostemma githago of Linnaeus, perhaps named from the Anglo-Saxon, siacon, because it chokes the corn. Right arrow curving left. Belly. Right arrow curving left. Fond of society and merrymaking. Right arrow curving left. Simple. Right arrow curving left. Always. Or, however. Right arrow curving left. So in all the manuscripts and from this and the following lines, it must be inferred that Chaucer had intended to put the tale in the mouth of a female speaker. Right arrow curving left. Resort of visitors. Right arrow curving left. Constantly. Right arrow curving left. Claimed cousinship, kindred, with him. Right arrow curving left. A title bestowed on priests and scholars, from Dominus, like the Spanish Don. Right arrow curving left. Especially. Right arrow curving left. Liberal outlay. Right arrow curving left. Afterwards. Right arrow curving left. Household, servants. Right arrow curving left. Resolved, arranged. Right arrow curving left. Merchandise. Bruges was in Chaucer's time the great emporium of European commerce. Right arrow curving left. Enjoy himself. Right arrow curving left. Tell. Right arrow curving left. To inspect and manage the rural property of the monastery. Right arrow curving left. Jar. Right arrow curving left. Malvasia or Malmsey wine derived its name from Malvasia, a region of the Morea near Cape Malea, where it was made, as it also was on Chios and some other Greek islands. As to vernage, see note 2887. Right arrow curving left. Malvasia or Malmsey wine derived its name from Malvasia, a region of the Morea near Cape Malea, where it was made, as it also was on Chios and some other Greek islands. As to vernage, see note 2887. Right arrow curving left. Wild fowl, birds for the table, French, volatile, volaille. Right arrow curving left. Seriously deliberated on his affairs. Right arrow curving left. Counting house, French, comptoir. Right arrow curving left. That. Right arrow curving left. Detain from, hinder. Right arrow curving left. Guide. Right arrow curving left. Rod, in pupillage, a phrase properly used of children, but employed by the clerk in the prologue to his tale. See note 2426. Right arrow curving left. Early. Right arrow curving left. Unless. Right arrow curving left. Pallid, wasted. Right arrow curving left. Stare. Right arrow curving left. Distracted, confounded. Right arrow curving left. Ruin. Right arrow curving left. Distress. Right arrow curving left. Breviary. Right arrow curving left. Willing or unwilling. Right arrow curving left. Though the alternative should be. Right arrow curving left. Confidence, promise. Right arrow curving left. Especially. Right arrow curving left. Although. Right arrow curving left. Assuredly. Right arrow curving left. By my vows of religion. Right arrow curving left. Pleasant. Right arrow curving left. Becomes. Right arrow curving left. Forbid. Right arrow curving left. Stinginess. Right arrow curving left. Brave. Right arrow curving left. Yielding, obedient. Right arrow curving left. Same. Right arrow curving left. Ruined, undone. Right arrow curving left. I would rather. Right arrow curving left. Die. Right arrow curving left. With my goodwill, if I can help it. Right arrow curving left. Unless. Right arrow curving left. Jean-Lon, Ganelon, or Ganilion, one of Charlemagne's officers, whose treachery was the cause of the disastrous defeat of the Christians by the Saracens at Roncesvalles. He was torn to pieces by 4 horses. Right arrow curving left. Pity. Right arrow curving left. Gone. Right arrow curving left. Haste. Right arrow curving left. Who is there? Right arrow curving left. Sending, gifts. Right arrow curving left. From French, éloigner, to remove. It may mean either the lonely, cheerless condition of the priest, or the strange behavior of the merchant in leaving him to himself. Right arrow curving left. Strange. Right arrow curving left. Consider. Right arrow curving left. Trading. Right arrow curving left. Civil, courteous. Right arrow curving left. Shut. Right arrow curving left. Hinder, delay. Right arrow curving left. Moderately. Right arrow curving left. Particularly. Right arrow curving left. Adieu, ceremony. Right arrow curving left. With which to store. Right arrow curving left. Great thanks. Right arrow curving left. Handsomely, like a gentleman. Right arrow curving left. Merchandise. Right arrow curving left. God forbid that you should take too little. Right arrow curving left. Obtain credit, French, créance, credit. Right arrow curving left. After. Right arrow curving left. Servant boy. Right arrow curving left. Servants. Right arrow curving left. Merchandise. Right arrow curving left. Raise money by means of a borrowing agreement, from French, écrire, to finish. The general meaning of the word is a bargain, an agreement. Right arrow curving left. Crowns, French, ECU. Right arrow curving left. Took. Right arrow curving left. Love. Right arrow curving left. No. Right arrow curving left. Company. Right arrow curving left. Glad. Right arrow curving left. By his journey to Bruges. Right arrow curving left. Expenses. Right arrow curving left. Always. Right arrow curving left. Spent. Right arrow curving left. A kind of estrangement, coolness. Right arrow curving left. Was displeased. Right arrow curving left. Borrowing. Right arrow curving left. Care. Right arrow curving left. Wit. Right arrow curving left. Thriving, success, from the verb, thrive. Right arrow curving left. profit, advantage. Right arrow curving left. Danger, awkward position. Right arrow curving left. In pledge. Right arrow curving left. Liberal, lavish. Right arrow curving left. Ever so much evil. Last means a load, quad, bad, and literally we may read 1,000 weight of bad years. The Italians use mal anno in the same sense. Right arrow curving left. Trick. Right arrow curving left. To put an ape in one's hood, on one's head, is to befool or deceive him. Right arrow curving left. Offend. Right arrow curving left. Judge, decide. Right arrow curving left. Tales of the murder of children by Jews were frequent in the Middle Ages, being probably designed to keep up the bitter feeling of the Christians against the Jews. Not a few children were canonized on this account, and the scene of the misdeeds was laid anywhere and everywhere, so that Chaucer could be at no loss for material. Right arrow curving left. Psalms 8 verse 1. Domini, Dominus noster, quam admirabile est nomen tuum in universa terra. Right arrow curving left. Praise. Right arrow curving left. Glory. Out of the mouths of babes and sucklings hast thou ordained strength. Psalms 8 verse 2. Right arrow curving left. Goodness. Right arrow curving left. Help. Right arrow curving left. Bounteous. Right arrow curving left. The Spirit that on thee alighted, the Holy Ghost through whose power Christ was conceived. Right arrow curving left. Lightened, gladdened. Right arrow curving left. Skill, ability. Right arrow curving left. Scarcely. Right arrow curving left. A quarter which the Jews were permitted to inhabit, the Old Jewry in London got its name in this way. Right arrow curving left. Go, walk. Right arrow curving left. A young clerk or scholar. Right arrow curving left. To study, go to school, was his wont. Right arrow curving left. Simple, innocent. Right arrow curving left. Learn. Right arrow curving left. Who, even in his swaddling clothes, so says the Breviarium Romanum, gave promise of extraordinary virtue and holiness. For, though he sucked freely on other days, on Wednesdays and Fridays he applied to the breast only once, and that not until the evening. Right arrow curving left. O Alma Redemptoris Mater. The beginning of a hymn to the Virgin. Right arrow curving left. Book of Anthems, or Psalms, chanted in the choir by alternate verses. Right arrow curving left. Nearer. Right arrow curving left. Meant. Right arrow curving left. Die. Right arrow curving left. Learn, con. Right arrow curving left. Disgraced. Right arrow curving left. On the way home. Right arrow curving left. New. Right arrow curving left. Cease. Right arrow curving left. Creditable, becoming. Right arrow curving left. Seized. Right arrow curving left. French, garderobe, a privy. Right arrow curving left. Especially. Right arrow curving left. Confirmed, from French, sold. Latin, solidatus. Right arrow curving left. Continually. Right arrow curving left. See Revelations 14:3, 4. Right arrow curving left. Asked, inquired, from Anglo-Saxon, fragen, fregnian. Compare German, fragen. Right arrow curving left. Emerald. Right arrow curving left. Cut. Right arrow curving left. Praised. Right arrow curving left. Caused. Right arrow curving left. Caused. Right arrow curving left. Die. Right arrow curving left. Countenance, overlook. Right arrow curving left. Scarcely. Right arrow curving left. Lasted. Right arrow curving left. Embrace or salute, implore, from Anglo-Saxon hulls, the neck. Right arrow curving left. In course of nature. Right arrow curving left. Glory. Right arrow curving left. Fountain. Right arrow curving left. Knowledge. Right arrow curving left. Leave. Right arrow curving left. Afraid. Right arrow curving left. Prostrate. See note 300. Right arrow curving left. The monks that composed the convent. See note 2417. Right arrow curving left. Praising. Right arrow curving left. Grant, lend. Right arrow curving left. A boy said to have been slain by the Jews at Lincoln in 1255, according to Matthew Paris. Many popular ballads were made about the event, which the diligence of the church doubtless kept fresh in mind at Chaucer's day. Right arrow curving left. Merciful. Right arrow curving left. This prologue is interesting, for the picture which it gives of Chaucer himself. Riding apart from and indifferent to the rest of the pilgrims, with eyes fixed on the ground, and an elvish, morose, or rather self-absorbed air, portly, if not actually stout, in body. And evidently a man out of the common, as the closing words of the host imply. Right arrow curving left. Serious. Right arrow curving left. Talk lightly. Right arrow curving left. For the first time. Right arrow curving left. Referring to the poet's corpulency. Right arrow curving left. Surly, morose. Right arrow curving left. Dissatisfied. Right arrow curving left. No. Right arrow curving left. Long right arrow curving left. Expression, mean. Right arrow curving left. The rhyme of Sir Thopas, as it is generally called, is introduced by Chaucer as a satire on the dull, pompous, and prolix metrical romances then in vogue. It is full of phrases taken from the popular rhymesters in the vein which he holds up to ridicule. If, indeed, though of that there is no evidence, it be not actually part of an old romance which Chaucer selected and reproduced to point his assault on the prevailing taste in literature. Right arrow curving left. Truly. Right arrow curving left. Delight, solace. Right arrow curving left. Gentle. Right arrow curving left. Poppering, or Poppling, a parish in the marches of Calais of which the famous antiquary Leland was once rector. Right arrow curving left. Either pain de matin, morning bread, or pain de main, because it was made best in that province, a kind of fine white bread. Right arrow curving left. Or rudda, complexion. Right arrow curving left. Cordovan. Fine Spanish leather, so called from the name of the city where it was prepared. Right arrow curving left. A rich oriental stuff of silk and gold, of which was made the circular robe of state called a cycloton. From the Latin, cyclas. The word is French. Right arrow curving left. A Genoese coin, of small value, in our old statutes called gallihalpens, or galley halfpence. Right arrow curving left. For river fowl. See note 2027. Right arrow curving left. The usual prize of wrestling contests. See note 188. Right arrow curving left. Fruit of the dog rose, hip. Right arrow curving left. Mounted. Right arrow curving left. Spear. Assegai is the name of a Moorish weapon, and the identity of termination is singular. Right arrow curving left. Befallen. Right arrow curving left. Valerian. Right arrow curving left. Clove gillyflower, Caryophyllus hortensis. Right arrow curving left. New. See note 159. Right arrow curving left. Sparrowhawk. Right arrow curving left. Mad right arrow curving left. Inclination, spirit. Right arrow curving left. This. Right arrow curving left. Mistress. Right arrow curving left. Shirt, garment. Right arrow curving left. Assuredly. Right arrow curving left. Haunt. Right arrow curving left. Literally, Sir Elephant. Sir John Mandeville calls those animals Oliphantes. Right arrow curving left. Young man. Right arrow curving left. A pagan or Saracen deity, otherwise named Tervagan, and often mentioned in Middle Age literature. His name has passed into our language, to denote a ranter or blusterer, as B was represented to be. Right arrow curving left. Unless. Right arrow curving left. Thrive. Right arrow curving left. Suffer for. Right arrow curving left. Belly. Right arrow curving left. Slain. Right arrow curving left. Whisper. Right arrow curving left. Cause. Right arrow curving left. Tellers of tales of adventure and chivalry. Right arrow curving left. So called because they related to Charlemagne and his family. Right arrow curving left. Drinking bowl of maple. Right arrow curving left. Tried, refined. Right arrow curving left. Put on, donned. Right arrow curving left. Skin. Right arrow curving left. Fine lawn. Right arrow curving left. Cassock. Right arrow curving left. Sleeves and gorget of mail. Right arrow curving left. Plate armor. Right arrow curving left. Magicians. Right arrow curving left. Knight's surcoat. Right arrow curving left. Fight. Right arrow curving left. Carbuncle, French, escarboucle, a heraldic device. Right arrow curving left. Boots, from French, jam, the leg. Right arrow curving left. Queer bully, French, boiled or prepared leather, also used to cover shields, etc. Right arrow curving left. Brass, or Latin. Right arrow curving left. No satisfactory explanation has been furnished of this word, used to describe some material from which rich saddles were made. Right arrow curving left. Division of a metrical romance. Right arrow curving left. Try. Right arrow curving left. Tale, discourse, from Anglo-Saxon, spellion, to declare, tell a story. Right arrow curving left. Gallantry. Right arrow curving left. Worth, esteem. Right arrow curving left. Sir Bevis of Hampton and Sir Guy of Warwick, two knights of great renown. Right arrow curving left. One of Arthur's knights, called Li Beau Desconus, the fair unknown. Right arrow curving left. Glowed, shone as he rode. Right arrow curving left. Torch. Right arrow curving left. Harm. Right arrow curving left. Adventurous. Right arrow curving left. Lie. Right arrow curving left. Pillow, from Anglo-Saxon, wan gear, because the wangs, or cheeks, rested on it. Right arrow curving left. Destrier, French, a warhorse. In Latin, dextrarius, as if led by the right hand. Right arrow curving left. Sir Percival de Gallois, whose adventures were written in more than 60,000 verses by Chrétien de Troyes, one of the oldest and best French romancers, in 1191. Right arrow curving left. Illiterates, stupidity. Chaucer crowns the satire on the Romanticists by making the very landlord of the tabard cry out in indignant disgust against the stuff which he had heard recited, the good host ascribing to sheer ignorance the string of pompous platitudes and prosaic details which Chaucer had uttered. Right arrow curving left. surely. Right arrow curving left. Worthless, vile, no better than draff or dregs, from the Anglo-Saxon, dreifen to drive away, expel. Right arrow curving left. Commend to. Right arrow curving left. Prevent. Right arrow curving left. Spend rest, wastest. Right arrow curving left. Weather. Right arrow curving left. By way of narrative. Right arrow curving left. Some amusement or instruction. Right arrow curving left. Suffering. Right arrow curving left. Ought to please you. Right arrow curving left. Fastidious. Right arrow curving left. Although it be. Right arrow curving left. Agony, passion. Right arrow curving left. Sooth, true. Right arrow curving left. Meaning. Right arrow curving left. With which to enforce. Right arrow curving left. That. Right arrow curving left. Little. Right arrow curving left. The Tale of Melibos is literally translated from a French story, or rather, treatise, in prose, entitled Le Livre de Melibee et de Dame Prudence, of which 2 manuscripts, both dating from the 15th century, are preserved in the British Museum. Tyrwhitt, justly enough, says of it that it is indeed, as Chaucer called it in the prologue, a moral tale virtuous, and was probably much esteemed in its time. But, in this age of levity, I doubt some readers will be apt to regret that he did not rather give us the remainder of Sir Thopas. It has been remarked that in the earlier portion of the tale, as it left the hand of the poet, a number of blank verses were intermixed. Though this peculiarity of style, noticeable in any case only in the first 150 or 200 lines, has necessarily all but disappeared by the changes of spelling made in the modern editions. The editor's purpose being to present to the public not the Canterbury Tales merely, but the poems of Chaucer, so far as may be consistent with the limits of this volume. He has condensed the long reasonings and learned quotations of Dame Prudence into a mere outline, connecting those portions of the tale wherein lies so much of story as it actually possesses. And the general reader will probably not regret the sacrifice, made in the view of retaining so far as possible the completeness of the tales, while lessening the intrusion of prose into a volume or poems. The Good Wife of Melibos literally overflows with quotations from David, Solomon, Jesus the son of Sirach, the Apostles, Ovid, Cicero, Seneca, Cassiodorus, Cato, Petrus Alphonsus, the converted Spanish Jew, of the 12th century, who wrote the Disciplina Clericalis, and other authorities. And in some passages, especially where husband and wife debate the merits or demerits of women, and where prudence dilates on the evils of poverty, Chaucer only reproduces much that had been said already in the tales that preceded, such as the merchants and the man of laws. Right arrow curving left. Notwithstanding. Right arrow curving left. Cos mat rem, nisi mentis inops, in funir nati. Flir vetet. Non hoc illa menenda loco. Cum dederit lacrimas, animumque expleverit egram. Al dolor verbis emoderandus erit. Ovid, Remedia Amoris, 127, 131. Right arrow curving left. Cease. Right arrow curving left. Be healed. Right arrow curving left. Although. Right arrow curving left. Moderate. Right arrow curving left. Forbidden. Right arrow curving left. Moderation should be kept or observed. Right arrow curving left. Doctrine. Right arrow curving left. Lost. Right arrow curving left. Lost. Right arrow curving left. Advantage, remedy. Right arrow curving left. Do injury. Right arrow curving left. Also. Right arrow curving left. Opinion. Right arrow curving left. Cause to be summoned. Right arrow curving left. Employed, retained. Right arrow curving left. To take sides in a quarrel. Right arrow curving left. Healing. Right arrow curving left. Made worse and aggravated the matter. Right arrow curving left. Business. Right arrow curving left. Opinion. Right arrow curving left. Observation, looking out. Right arrow curving left. Determine. Right arrow curving left. Nevertheless. Right arrow curving left. Subject for reproach. Right arrow curving left. A sign, gesture. Right arrow curving left. Easily. Right arrow curving left. Die. Right arrow curving left. Thought, intended. Right arrow curving left. Troublesome. Right arrow curving left. Besides, further. Right arrow curving left. Agreed. Right arrow curving left. Opinion, judgment. Right arrow curving left. See the conversation between Pluto and Proserpine, ante, pages 113 and 114. Right arrow curving left. Thy name, she says, is Melibos, that is to say, a man that drinketh honey. Right arrow curving left. Distress, trouble. Right arrow curving left. Affair, emergency. Right arrow curving left. Knowledge. Right arrow curving left. The ill-natured or angry. Right arrow curving left. Gentle, courteous. Right arrow curving left. Penalty. Right arrow curving left. Consideration. Right arrow curving left. Forbiddeth. Right arrow curving left. Nature. Right arrow curving left. Prepare. Right arrow curving left. Sureties. Right arrow curving left. Incurred guilt. Right arrow curving left. Courtesy, gentleness. Right arrow curving left. Merciful. Right arrow curving left. Wickedly. Right arrow curving left. Incurred guilt. Right arrow curving left. Sureties. Right arrow curving left. Endnotes 4001, 500. Inquired. Right arrow curving left. Easily. Right arrow curving left. Honor. Right arrow curving left. Further. Right arrow curving left. Reputation, from the past participle of the Anglo-Saxon, hlisen, to celebrate. Compare Latin, laus. Right arrow curving left. Moderation. Right arrow curving left. If I assume. Right arrow curving left. Decide. Right arrow curving left. Endeavor, devise a way. Right arrow curving left. Easily. Right arrow curving left. Arguments, reasons. Right arrow curving left. Ignorance. Right arrow curving left. Misbehaved. Right arrow curving left. Done injury. Right arrow curving left. Merciful. Right arrow curving left. The body of Saint Maternus, of Treves. Right arrow curving left. Rather. Right arrow curving left. Dear. Right arrow curving left. Bow. Right arrow curving left. Bold enough to offend her. Right arrow curving left. Leaps, springs. Right arrow curving left. Avenge. Right arrow curving left. Destined. Right arrow curving left. Overborne, imposed upon. Right arrow curving left. Unless. Right arrow curving left. Betake myself. Right arrow curving left. Make. Right arrow curving left. Take to flight. Right arrow curving left. That does or says anything to displease her. Right arrow curving left. One doing penance. Right arrow curving left. In my judgment, for doom. Right arrow curving left. Sinews. Right arrow curving left. A cock. Right arrow curving left. An ecclesiastical vestment covering all the body like a cloak. Right arrow curving left. It. Right arrow curving left. Crown. Though he were shorn full high upon his pan, though he were tonsured, as the clergy are. Right arrow curving left. Undone, ruined. Right arrow curving left. Lay, unlettered. Right arrow curving left. Puny, contemptible creatures. Right arrow curving left. Shoots, branches, from Anglo-Saxon, impian, German, impfen, to implant, engraft. The word is now used in a very restricted sense, to signify the progeny, children, of the devil. Right arrow curving left. Base or counterfeit coins, so called because struck at Luxembourg. A great importation of them took place during the reigns of the earlier Edwards, and they caused much annoyance and complaint, till in 1351 it was declared treason to bring them into the country. Right arrow curving left. Is in harmony with good manners. Right arrow curving left. Means. Right arrow curving left. According to the dates at which they lived. Right arrow curving left. The Monk's Tale is founded in its main features on Boccaccio's work, De Casibus Virorum Illustrium. But Chaucer has taken the separate stories of which it is composed from different authors, and dealt with them after his own fashion. Right arrow curving left. Hurt. Right arrow curving left. Depart. Right arrow curving left. Boccaccio opens his book with Adam, whose story is told at much greater length than here. Lydgate, in his translation from Boccaccio, speaks of Adam and Eve as made of slime of the earth in Damascene the Feld. Right arrow curving left. Wielded, had at his command. Right arrow curving left. Misbehavior. Right arrow curving left. Judges 13 verse 3. Boccaccio also tells the story of Samson, but Chaucer seems, by his quotation a few lines below, to have taken his version direct from the sacred book. Right arrow curving left. Courage. Right arrow curving left. Tore all to pieces. Right arrow curving left. Olive trees, French, olivers. Right arrow curving left. Was near to perishing. Right arrow curving left. Cheek tooth. Right arrow curving left. Liber Judicum, the Book of Judges, chapter 15. Right arrow curving left. Plucked, wretched. Right arrow curving left. Loved. Right arrow curving left. Mistress. Right arrow curving left. Chaucer writes it, Dalida. Right arrow curving left. Lap. Right arrow curving left. Mill, from Anglo-Saxon, siren, to turn, queern, a mill. Right arrow curving left. Wretched man. Right arrow curving left. The Stymphalian birds, which fed on human flesh. Right arrow curving left. Busiris, king of Egypt, was wont to sacrifice all foreigners coming to his dominions. Hercules was seized, bound, and led to the altar by his orders, but the hero broke his bonds and slew the tyrant. Right arrow curving left. Devour. Right arrow curving left. A long time. The feats of Hercules here recorded are not all these known as the 12 labors. For instance, the cleansing of the Augean stables, and the capture of Hippolyte's girdle are not in this list, other and less famous deeds of the hero taking their place. For this, however, we must accuse not Chaucer, but Boethius, whom he has almost literally translated, though with some change of order. Right arrow curving left. One of the manuscripts has a marginal reference to Trophius Vates Caldearum. But it is not known what author Chaucer meant, unless the reference is to a passage in the Philostrato of Boccaccio, on which Chaucer founded his Troilus and Cressida, and which Lydgate mentions. Under the name of trophy, as having been translated by Chaucer. Right arrow curving left. Blackened. Right arrow curving left. Died. Right arrow curving left. For the moment. Right arrow curving left. Near, French, près, the meaning seems to be, this nearer, lower world. Right arrow curving left. Scarcely. Right arrow curving left. Took away. Right arrow curving left. Seat. Right arrow curving left. Caused. Right arrow curving left. Slave. Right arrow curving left. End. Right arrow curving left. Bow down, do honor. Right arrow curving left. Thought. Right arrow curving left. Possessed the kingdom. Right arrow curving left. Confirmed. Right arrow curving left. Forefathers. Right arrow curving left. Dismayed. Right arrow curving left. Revenue. Right arrow curving left. Dreaded. Right arrow curving left. Vengeance. Right arrow curving left. Praised. Right arrow curving left. Impiously. Right arrow curving left. Decreed. Right arrow curving left. Punishment. Right arrow curving left. Slain. Right arrow curving left. Power. Right arrow curving left. Security. Right arrow curving left. Chaucer has taken the story of Zenobia from Boccaccio's work De Claris Mulieribus. Right arrow curving left. Noble qualities. Right arrow curving left. Persia. Right arrow curving left. Caught. Right arrow curving left. Active, nimble. Right arrow curving left. Odenatus, who, for his services to the Romans, received from Gallienus the title of Augustus. He was assassinated in AD 266, not, it was believed, without the connivance of Zenobia, who succeeded him on the throne. Right arrow curving left. Together. Right arrow curving left. Loved. Right arrow curving left. Again. Right arrow curving left. Doubt. Right arrow curving left. Weather. Right arrow curving left. On other terms, in otherwise. Right arrow curving left. Learning. Right arrow curving left. Bountiful with due moderation. Right arrow curving left. Laborious. Right arrow curving left. Plate, French, vaisselle. Right arrow curving left. Precious stones. Right arrow curving left. Did not neglect. Right arrow curving left. Apply. Right arrow curving left. Make. Right arrow curving left. Of Persia, who made the Emperor Valerian prisoner, conquered Syria, and was pressing triumphantly westward when he was met and defeated by Odenatus and Zenobia. Right arrow curving left. Misfortune. Right arrow curving left. Was not. Right arrow curving left. Make war. Right arrow curving left. Slay. Right arrow curving left. Troops. Right arrow curving left. In AD 270. Right arrow curving left. Resolved, prepared. Right arrow curving left. Took. Right arrow curving left. According to. Right arrow curving left. Loaded. Right arrow curving left. Yelleth, shouteth. Right arrow curving left. War helmet in obstinate battles. Right arrow curving left. The signification of this word, which is spelled in several ways, is not known. Skinner's explanation, another attire, founded on the spelling Outramite, is obviously insufficient. Right arrow curving left. To spin for her maintenance. Right arrow curving left. Great part of this tragedy of Nero is really borrowed, however, from the Romance of the Rose. Right arrow curving left. Same robe. Right arrow curving left. Pleasure. Right arrow curving left. So little valued. Right arrow curving left. Judge, critic. Right arrow curving left. Learning, letters. Right arrow curving left. Unless. Right arrow curving left. So intelligent and pliable. Right arrow curving left. Let itself loose, like a hound released from the leash. Right arrow curving left. Tell. Right arrow curving left. Habit. Right arrow curving left. To rise up in his martyr's presence, out of respect. Right arrow curving left. Torture. Right arrow curving left. Cherish. Right arrow curving left. Foolish. Right arrow curving left. Thrust, from Anglo-Saxon, thricken. Right arrow curving left. Expecteth. Right arrow curving left. Baedeker himself. Right arrow curving left. Regarded with friendship. Right arrow curving left. Misguided, misled. Right arrow curving left. Went. Right arrow curving left. Strike. Right arrow curving left. Infamy. Right arrow curving left. He knew no counsel, there was no other resource. Right arrow curving left. Made merry, was amused by the sport. Right arrow curving left. Renounce his religion, so, in the Man of Law's tale, the Sultaness promises her son that she will reny her lay, see here. Right arrow curving left. Commandment. Right arrow curving left. Notice. Right arrow curving left. Barn. Right arrow curving left. As the tragedy of Holofernes is founded on the Book of Judith, so is that of Antiochus on the 2 Maccabees 9. Right arrow curving left. By the insurgents under the leadership of Judas Maccabeus, 2 Mac. 8. Right arrow curving left. Prepare his chariot. Right arrow curving left. Immediately. Right arrow curving left. Prevented. Right arrow curving left. It so cut and gnawed in his entrails. Right arrow curving left. Unendurable. Right arrow curving left. Vengeance. Right arrow curving left. Impious. Right arrow curving left. Prepare. Right arrow curving left. Chariot. Right arrow curving left. Vengeance. Right arrow curving left. Servants. Right arrow curving left. Loathsome, from Anglo-Saxon, eaten, to loathe. Right arrow curving left. Body. Right arrow curving left. Died. Right arrow curving left. Recompense. Right arrow curving left. To sum up his career. Right arrow curving left. Moreover. Right arrow curving left. Tell. Right arrow curving left. Noble. Right arrow curving left. The highest cast on a dicing cube. Here representing the highest favor of fortune. Right arrow curving left. Generosity. Right arrow curving left. Government, dominion. Right arrow curving left. Spirit. Right arrow curving left. Blame. Right arrow curving left. West. Right arrow curving left. Afterwards. Right arrow curving left. He had married his daughter Julia to Caesar, but she died 6 years before Pompey's final overthrow. Right arrow curving left. Slain, at the Battle of Pharsalia, BC 48. Right arrow curving left. End. Right arrow curving left. Arranged. Right arrow curving left. Daggers. Right arrow curving left. Relate. Right arrow curving left. Assailed. Right arrow curving left. Unless. Right arrow curving left. Dignified propriety. Right arrow curving left. Pained him. Right arrow curving left. Apparently a corruption of the Anglo-Saxon phrase, ord and end, meaning the whole, the beginning and the end. Right arrow curving left. Afterwards. Right arrow curving left. Ever be watchful against her. Right arrow curving left. At the opening of the story of Croesus, Chaucer has copied from his own translation of Boethius, but the story is mainly taken from the Romance of the Rose. Right arrow curving left. Led. Right arrow curving left. Shed, poured. Right arrow curving left. Refrain. Right arrow curving left. Because. Right arrow curving left. Dream. Right arrow curving left. Dreamed. Right arrow curving left. Glad. Right arrow curving left. Raise. Right arrow curving left. Kingdoms. This reflection, says TYRWHTTT, seems to have been suggested by one which follows soon after the mention of Croesus in the passage just cited from Boethius. What other thing bewail the cryings of tragedies but only the deeds of fortune, that with an awkward stroke, overturneth the realms of great nobly? In some manuscripts the four tragedies that follow are placed between those of Zenobia and Nero. But although the general reflection with which the tragedy of Croesus closes might most appropriately wind up the whole series, the general chronological arrangement which is observed in the other cases recommends the order followed in the text. Besides, since, like several other tales, the monks' tragedies were cut short by the impatience of the auditors, it is more natural that the tale should close abruptly than by such a rhetorical finish as these lines afford. Right arrow curving left. Pedro the Cruel, King of Aragon, against whom his brother Henry rebelled. He was by false pretenses inveigled into his brother's tent, and treacherously slain. Mr. Wright has remarked that, the cause of Pedro, though he was no better than a cruel and reckless tyrant, was popular in England from the very circumstance that Prince Edward, the Black Prince, had embarked in it. Right arrow curving left. Thy kingdom and revenues. Right arrow curving left. Burning coal. Right arrow curving left. Wickedness, villainy. Right arrow curving left. Not the Oliver of Charlemagne, but a traitorous Oliver of Armorica, corrupted by a bribe. Ganilian was the betrayer of the Christian army at Roncesvalles, see note 3738, and his name appears to have been for a long time used in France to denote a traitor. Du Guesclin, who betrayed Pedro into his brother's tent, seems to be intended by the term Ganilian Oliver, but if so, Chaucer has mistaken his name, which was Bertrand, perhaps confounding him. As TYRWHTTT suggests, with Oliver du Clisson, another illustrious Breton of those times, who was also Constable of France, after Du Guesclin. The arms of the latter are supposed to be described a little above. Right arrow curving left. Breach, ruin. Right arrow curving left. Pierre de Lusignan, King of Cyprus, who captured Alexandria in 1363, see note 14. He was assassinated in 1369. Right arrow curving left. Guide. Right arrow curving left. Reckon. Right arrow curving left. No not. Right arrow curving left. Bernabo Visconti, Duke of Milan, was deposed and imprisoned by his nephew, and died a captive in 1385. His death is the latest historical fact mentioned in the tales, and thus it throws the date of their composition to about the 60th year of Chaucer's age. Right arrow curving left. Agony. Right arrow curving left. With difficulty. Right arrow curving left. 'Cause him to die. Right arrow curving left. Made, born. Right arrow curving left. Dearer. Right arrow curving left. Lap. Right arrow curving left. See. Right arrow curving left. Blame, impute. Right arrow curving left. Thought. Right arrow curving left. Died. Right arrow curving left. Cut off. Right arrow curving left. More at length. Right arrow curving left. Relate. The story of Ugolino is told in the 33rd canto of the Inferno. Right arrow curving left. Of a surety. Right arrow curving left. Source of distress, annoyance. Right arrow curving left. Delight, comfort. Right arrow curving left. Talked. Right arrow curving left. Were it not for the jingling of you bridal bells. See note 60. Right arrow curving left. The request is justified by the description of Monk in the prologue as an outrider that loved venery, see here. Right arrow curving left. I have no fondness for jesting. Right arrow curving left. On this Tyrwhitt remarks. I know not how it has happened, that in the principal modern languages, John, or its equivalent, is a name of contempt or at least of slight. So the Italians use Johnny, from whence Zani. The Spaniards Juan, as Bobo Juan, a foolish John, the French Jean, with various additions, and in English, when we call a man a John, we do not mean it as a title of honor. The title of Sir was usually given by courtesy to priests. Right arrow curving left. Gladden. Right arrow curving left. Unless. Right arrow curving left. Commenced, broached. Compare French, entamer, to cut the first piece off a joint. Thence to begin. Right arrow curving left. The Tale of the Nun's Priest is founded on the 5th chapter of an old French metrical romance of Renard. The same story forming one of the fables of Marie, the translator of the Breton Lays. See note 32:15. Although Dryden was in error when he ascribed the tale to Chaucer's own invention, still the materials on which he had to operate were out of comparison more trivial than the result. Right arrow curving left. Somewhat advanced. Right arrow curving left. Her goods and her income. Right arrow curving left. Thrifty management. Right arrow curving left. Maintained. Right arrow curving left. Chamber. Right arrow curving left. Wit. Right arrow curving left. In keeping with her cottage. Right arrow curving left. Moderate. Right arrow curving left. Content of heart. Right arrow curving left. No wise prevented her. Right arrow curving left. Hurt, destroyed. Right arrow curving left. Singed. Right arrow curving left. Kind of day laborer. Tyrwhitt quotes 2 statutes of Edward III, in which days are included among the servants employed in agricultural pursuits. The name seems to have originally meant a servant who gave his labor by the day, but afterwards to have been appropriated exclusively to one who superintended or worked in a dairy. Right arrow curving left. Courtyard, farmyard. Right arrow curving left. Was not. Right arrow curving left. Equal. Right arrow curving left. Licentiously used for the plural, organs or organs, corresponding to the plural verb gone in the next line. Right arrow curving left. More punctual. Right arrow curving left. Clock, French, horloge. Right arrow curving left. Indented on the upper edge like the battlements of a castle. Right arrow curving left. Toes. Right arrow curving left. Sociable. Right arrow curving left. Limb. Right arrow curving left. Love. Right arrow curving left. Gone. Right arrow curving left. This seems to have been the refrain of some old song, and its precise meaning is uncertain. It corresponds in cadence with the morning salutation of the cock, and may be taken as a greeting to the sun, which is beloved of Chanticleer, and has just come upon the earth, or in the sense of a more local boast. as vaunting the fairness of his favorite hen above all others in the country round. Right arrow curving left. Oppressed. Right arrow curving left. Afraid. Right arrow curving left. Amiss, in umbrage. Right arrow curving left. I dreamed. Right arrow curving left. Peril, trouble. Right arrow curving left. Dream, vision. Right arrow curving left. I dreamed. Right arrow curving left. Seizure. Right arrow curving left. Die. Right arrow curving left. Avoir is the word here rendered away. It was frequently used in the French fabliaux, and the Italians employ the word via in the same sense. Right arrow curving left. Coward. Right arrow curving left. Frightened. Right arrow curving left. Rag, clout, trifle. Right arrow curving left. Braggart. Right arrow curving left. Dreams. Right arrow curving left. Are produced by. Right arrow curving left. Choler, bile. Right arrow curving left. Contention. Right arrow curving left. Little. Right arrow curving left. Attach no consequence to, somnia and cares, Cato de moribus, L. 2, Dist 32. Right arrow curving left. The rafters of the hall, on which they were perched. Right arrow curving left. Profit, advantage. Right arrow curving left. Nature. Right arrow curving left. The herb so called because by its virtue the centaur Chiron was healed and the poisoned arrow of Hercules had accidentally wounded his foot. Right arrow curving left. The herb fumitory. Right arrow curving left. Spurge. A plant of purgative qualities. To its name in the text correspond the Italian catapuzza, and French catapus, words the origin of which is connected with the effects of the plant. Right arrow curving left. Dogwood berries. Right arrow curving left. Thrive. Right arrow curving left. Opinion. Right arrow curving left. Trial, experience. Right arrow curving left. Cicero, who in his book De Divination tells this and the following story, though in contrary order and with many differences. Right arrow curving left. Lodging. Right arrow curving left. Inn. Right arrow curving left. Dreamed. Right arrow curving left. Awoke, started. Right arrow curving left. Again. Right arrow curving left. Slain. Right arrow curving left. 'Cause that cart to be stopped. Right arrow curving left. Dreamed. Right arrow curving left. Delay. Right arrow curving left. Describe. Right arrow curving left. Loathsome. Right arrow curving left. Or hiled. From Anglo-Saxon helan hid, concealed. Right arrow curving left. Seized. Right arrow curving left. Tortured. Right arrow curving left. Racked. Right arrow curving left. Confessed. Right arrow curving left. I am not prating idly, or lying. Right arrow curving left. As they wish. Right arrow curving left. Prepared, resolved. Right arrow curving left. Dreamed. Right arrow curving left. Depart. Right arrow curving left. Delay. Right arrow curving left. Dismay. Right arrow curving left. Transact my business. Right arrow curving left. Dreams. Right arrow curving left. Tricks. Right arrow curving left. Incoherent, wild imagining. Right arrow curving left. Spend or lose in sloth, loiter away. Right arrow curving left. Time. Right arrow curving left. I am sorry for thee. Right arrow curving left. By an accident. Right arrow curving left. Time. Right arrow curving left. Learn. Right arrow curving left. Kenelm succeeded his father as king of the Saxon realm of Mercia in 811, at the age of 7 years, but he was slain by his ambitious aunt Candrada. The place of his burial was miraculously discovered, and he was subsequently elevated to the rank of a saint and martyr. His life is in the English Golden Legend. Right arrow curving left. The Kingdom of Mercia. Anglo-Saxon, Merkneris. Compare the second member of the compound in the German, Frankreich, France, Österreich, Austria. Right arrow curving left. Saw. Right arrow curving left. Nurse. Right arrow curving left. In all points. Right arrow curving left. Guard. Right arrow curving left. Little significance has he attached to. Right arrow curving left. Cicero, De Republica, Lib. 6, wrote The Dream of Scipio, in which the younger relates the appearance of the elder Africanus, and the counsels and exhortations which the shade addressed to the sleeper. Macrobius wrote an elaborate commentary on the Dream of Scipio, a philosophical treatise much studied and relished during the Middle Ages. Right arrow curving left. Significance. Right arrow curving left. Realms. Right arrow curving left. See the Monk's Tale here. Right arrow curving left. Lost. Andromache's dream will not be found in Homer. It is related in the book of the fictitious Dares Phrygius, the most popular authority during the Middle Ages for the history of the Trojan War. Right arrow curving left. Hold laxatives of no value. Right arrow curving left. Distrust. Right arrow curving left. Not a whit. Right arrow curving left. Cease. Right arrow curving left. Liberal. Right arrow curving left. Certain. Right arrow curving left. See note 88. Right arrow curving left. This line is taken from the same fabulous conference between the Emperor Adrian and the philosopher Secundus, whence Chaucer derived some of the arguments in praise of poverty employed in the Wife of Bath's Tale proper. See note 21:16. The passage transferred to the text is the commencement of a description of woman. Quid est mulier? Hominis confusio, etc. Right arrow curving left. Meaning. Right arrow curving left. Delight. Right arrow curving left. Natural instinct. Right arrow curving left. Learning. Right arrow curving left. Voice. Right arrow curving left. Assuredly. Right arrow curving left. Casualty. Right arrow curving left. Rhetorician, orator. Right arrow curving left. A thing supremely notable. Right arrow curving left. A blackish fox, so called because of its likeness to coal, according to Skinner. Though more probably the prefix has a reproachful meaning, and is in some way connected with the word cold as, some 40 lines below, it is applied to the prejudicial counsel of women. And as frequently it is used to describe sighs, and other tokens of grief, and cares, or anxieties. Right arrow curving left. Dwelt. Right arrow curving left. Burst. Right arrow curving left. Cabbages. Right arrow curving left. In this case, the meaning of evening or afternoon can hardly be applied to the word, which must be taken to signify some early hour of the forenoon. Right arrow curving left. Crouching. Right arrow curving left. See note 3738, and note 4215. Right arrow curving left. See note 3078. Right arrow curving left. Rafters. Right arrow curving left. Foreknows. Right arrow curving left. Examine the matter thoroughly. A metaphor taken from the sifting of meal, to divide the fine flour from the bran. Right arrow curving left. Thomas Bradwardine, Archbishop of Canterbury in the 13th century, who wrote a book, De Causa Dei, in controversy with Pelagius. And also numerous other treatises, among them some on predestination. Right arrow curving left. Foreknowledge. Right arrow curving left. Of inevitable necessity. Right arrow curving left. Foreknows. Right arrow curving left. Knowledge. Right arrow curving left. Constrains, necessitates. Right arrow curving left. Not at all. Right arrow curving left. Mischievous, unwise. Right arrow curving left. No, not. Right arrow curving left. Jest. Right arrow curving left. Conjecture, imagine. Right arrow curving left. Bask. Right arrow curving left. Certainly. Right arrow curving left. In a popular mediaeval Latin treatise by one Theobaldus, entitled Physiologus de Naturis 12 Animalium, sirens or mermaids are described as skilled in song, and drawing unwary mariners to destruction by the sweetness of their voices. Right arrow curving left. Cabbages. Right arrow curving left. Then he had no inclination. Right arrow curving left. Enemy. Right arrow curving left. Never before. Right arrow curving left. Voice. Right arrow curving left. Satisfaction. Right arrow curving left. Enjoy, possess, or use. Right arrow curving left. Make such an exertion. Right arrow curving left. Nigellus Wierker, says Uri's Glossary, a monk and precentor of Canterbury, wrote a Latin poem intituled Speculum Speculorum, dedicated to William Longchamp, Bishop of Ely and Lord Chancellor, wherein, under the fable of an ass, which he calls Brunellus, that desired a longer tail, is represented the folly of such as are not content with their own condition. There is introduced a tale of a cock, who having his leg broke by a priest's son, called Gundulphus, watched an opportunity to be revenged, which at last presented itself on this occasion. A day was appointed for Gundulphus's being admitted into holy orders at a place remote from his father's habitation. He therefore orders the servants to call him at first cock-crowing, which the cock overhearing did not crow at all that morning. So Gundulphus overslept himself, and was thereby disappointed of his ordination, the office being quite finished before he came to the place. Wierker's satire was among the most celebrated and popular Latin poems of the Middle Ages. The ass was probably, as Tyrwhitt suggests, called Bernal or Brunel, from his brown color. As, a little below, a reddish fox is called Russell. Right arrow curving left. Because. Right arrow curving left. Foolish. Right arrow curving left. Flatterer, French, flatteur. Right arrow curving left. Deceiver, cozener. The word had analogues in the French losangier, and the Spanish lisongero. It is probably connected with leasing, falsehood, which has been derived from Anglo-Saxon hlisen, to celebrate, as if it meant the spreading of a false renown. Right arrow curving left. Truth. Right arrow curving left. Occasion. Right arrow curving left. Master Russet. A name given to the fox, from his reddish color. Right arrow curving left. Seized him by the throat. Right arrow curving left. Escaped. Right arrow curving left. Wrecked, regarded. Right arrow curving left. Geoffrey de Vinsauf was the author of a well-known medieval treatise on composition in various poetical styles of which he gave examples. Chaucer's irony is therefore directed against some grandiose and affected lines on the death of Richard I, intended to illustrate the pathetic style, in which Friday is addressed as, O veneris lacrimosa dies. Right arrow curving left. Praemum altaria ad ipsa trementum. Traxit, etiam multo lapsantum sanguinati. Impliquit comum laeva, dextrate coruscum. Extulit, ac lateri capulo tenus abdidit ensum. Haec finis priami fatorum. Virgil, Aeneid, 2:550. Right arrow curving left. Yard, enclosure. Right arrow curving left. Above all others. Right arrow curving left. Shrieked. Right arrow curving left. Simple, honest. Right arrow curving left. Kill, destroy. Right arrow curving left. The leader of a Kentish rising, in the reign of Richard II, in 1381, by which the Flemish merchants in London were great sufferers. Right arrow curving left. Followers. Right arrow curving left. Trumpets, Anglo-Saxon, bema. Right arrow curving left. Made a popping or tooting sound. Right arrow curving left. Surely. Right arrow curving left. Addressing the pursuers. Right arrow curving left. Nimbly. Right arrow curving left. Offense. Right arrow curving left. Took. Right arrow curving left. Curse. Right arrow curving left. Cause. Right arrow curving left. Thrive. Right arrow curving left. Prateth. Right arrow curving left. For our instruction. See 2 Timothy 3 verse 16, right arrow curving left. Certainly. Right arrow curving left. A marginal note on a manuscript indicates that some Archbishop of Canterbury is here quoted. Right arrow curving left. A layman. Right arrow curving left. Cock. Right arrow curving left. The brawny parts of the body. Right arrow curving left. The 16 lines appended to the Tale of the Nun's Priest seem, as Tyrwhitt observes, to commence the prologue to the succeeding tale, but the difficulty is to determine which that tale should be. In earlier editions, the lines form the opening of the prologue to the Manciple's tale. But most of the manuscripts acknowledge themselves defective in this part, and give the Nun's Tale after that of the Nun's Priest. In the Harleian manuscript, followed by Mr. Wright, the second Nun's Tale, and the Canon's Yeoman's Tale, are placed after the Franklin's Tale. And the 16 lines above are not found, the Manciple's prologue coming immediately after the Amen of the Nun's Priest. In two manuscripts, the last line of the 16 runs thus, "Said unto the nun as ye shall hear," and 6 lines more evidently forged are given to introduce the Nun's Tale. All this confusion and doubt only strengthen the certainty, and deepen the regret, that the Canterbury Tales were left at Chaucer's death not merely very imperfect as a whole, but destitute of many finishing touches that would have made them complete so far as the conception had actually been carried into performance. Right arrow curving left. This tale was originally composed by Chaucer as a separate work, and as such it is mentioned in the Legend of Good Women under the title of the Life of Saint Cecile. Tyrwhitt quotes the line in which the author calls himself an unworthy son of Eve, and that in which he says, "Yet pray I you, that read what I write," as internal evidence that the insertion of the poem in the Canterbury Tales was the result of an afterthought. While the whole tenor of the introduction confirms the belief that Chaucer composed it as a writer or translator, not, dramatically, as a speaker. The story is almost literally translated from the life of Saint Cecilia in the Legenda Aurea. Right arrow curving left. Nurse. Right arrow curving left. Delights. Right arrow curving left. Occupation, activity. Right arrow curving left. Endeavor, apply ourselves. Right arrow curving left. Seize. Right arrow curving left. Entangle, bind. Right arrow curving left. Skirt, or lappet, of a garment. Right arrow curving left. Leash, snare, the same as lass, oftener used by Chaucer. Right arrow curving left. For which others labor. Right arrow curving left. The Nativity and Assumption of the Virgin Mary formed the themes of some of St. Bernard's most eloquent sermons. Right arrow curving left. Dwell. Right arrow curving left. Thou noblest one, as far as our nature admitted. Right arrow curving left. Nature. Right arrow curving left. Rap. Right arrow curving left. The Trinity. Right arrow curving left. Without remission, unceasingly. Right arrow curving left. Praise. Right arrow curving left. Without blemish. Right arrow curving left. Compare with this stanza to the fourth stanza of the Prioress's Tale, here, the substance of which is the same. Right arrow curving left. Healer, Savior. Right arrow curving left. Banished, outcast. Right arrow curving left. Matthew 15 verses 26 and 27. Right arrow curving left. See note 44:37. Right arrow curving left. Faith. Right arrow curving left. Delivered from that place where is outer darkness. Right arrow curving left. See note 44:37. Right arrow curving left. Same. Right arrow curving left. Latin, Caeli Lilium. Such punning derivations of proper names were very much in favor in the Middle Ages. The explanations of Saint Cecilia's name are literally taken from the prologue to the Latin legend. Right arrow curving left. Purity. Right arrow curving left. Latin, Caesi via right arrow curving left. From colum and lego, I bind. Right arrow curving left. Qualities. Right arrow curving left. Greek, lambda alpha omicron, lambda eta omicron, ion, lambda epsilon omega, att, the people, right arrow curving left. Signifies. Right arrow curving left. Spiritually. Right arrow curving left. This passage suggests Horace's description of the wise man, who, among other things, is, in esse ipsi totus, teres, ac rotundus. Satires, 2, 786 right arrow curving left. Why she had her name. Right arrow curving left. Heart. Right arrow curving left. Garment of haircloth. Right arrow curving left. Guide, keep. Right arrow curving left. Unspotted, blameless. Right arrow curving left. Praying. Right arrow curving left. Secret. Right arrow curving left. If. Right arrow curving left. For the first time. Right arrow curving left. Doubt. Right arrow curving left. Govern, dispose of. Right arrow curving left. Believe. Right arrow curving left. Roam. Right arrow curving left. Business. Right arrow curving left. Depart. Right arrow curving left. Lingering, or lying concealed, the Latin original has, inter sepulchra martyrum lacentem. Right arrow curving left. Shepherd, keeper. Right arrow curving left. That. Right arrow curving left. Servant, handmaid. Right arrow curving left. But lately, newly. Right arrow curving left. Took, lifted. Right arrow curving left. Then. Right arrow curving left. Truer. Right arrow curving left. Crowns. Right arrow curving left. Mate, husband. Right arrow curving left. Unspotted, blameless. Right arrow curving left. Decayed. Right arrow curving left. Endnotes 4, 501, 5000. Unless. Right arrow curving left. Request. Right arrow curving left. Then. Right arrow curving left. Perceived. Right arrow curving left. Into another being or nature. Right arrow curving left. Beloved. Right arrow curving left. Truth. Right arrow curving left. Verily. Right arrow curving left. For the first time. Right arrow curving left. Tell. Right arrow curving left. Renounce. Right arrow curving left. The 14 lines within brackets are supposed to have been originally an interpolation in the Latin legend, from which they are literally translated. They awkwardly interrupt the flow of the narration. Right arrow curving left. Forsake. Right arrow curving left. Confession. Right arrow curving left. Allot, appropriate. Right arrow curving left. Moreover. Right arrow curving left. Death. Right arrow curving left. Believeth. Right arrow curving left. Chosen friend. Right arrow curving left. Then. Right arrow curving left. Dwelleth. Right arrow curving left. Corners. Right arrow curving left. Burn. Right arrow curving left. Nevertheless. Right arrow curving left. Reasonably. Right arrow curving left. Reasonable. Right arrow curving left. Spirit. Right arrow curving left. Endowed them with a soul. Right arrow curving left. Doubt. Right arrow curving left. Dwell. Right arrow curving left. Truth. Right arrow curving left. Wit, the devising or constructive faculty, Latin, ingenium. Right arrow curving left. Employed. Right arrow curving left. Full. Right arrow curving left. Distressful, wretched. See note 4366. Right arrow curving left. Request, favor. Right arrow curving left. Granted, successful. Right arrow curving left. Questioned. Right arrow curving left. Strike. Right arrow curving left. Of whom I tell you. Right arrow curving left. The secretary or registrar who was charged with publishing the acts, decrees and orders of the prefect. Right arrow curving left. Seized. Right arrow curving left. Led. Right arrow curving left. Doctrine, teaching. Right arrow curving left. Began. Right arrow curving left. To rest, root out. Right arrow curving left. Believe. Right arrow curving left. In a company. Right arrow curving left. Mean. Right arrow curving left. Beloved. Right arrow curving left. See 2 Timothy 4 verses 7 and 8. I have fought a good fight, I have finished my course, I have kept the faith, etc. Right arrow curving left. Relate. Right arrow curving left. Steadfast. Right arrow curving left. On the spot. Right arrow curving left. Caused him to be cruelly or fatally beaten. The force of the to is intensive. Right arrow curving left. Quit. Right arrow curving left. Burn incense to. Right arrow curving left. Teaching. Right arrow curving left. Opinion. Right arrow curving left. Believe. Right arrow curving left. Die. Right arrow curving left. First of all. Right arrow curving left. Ignorantly. Right arrow curving left. Asked. Right arrow curving left. Certainly. Right arrow curving left. Punishment. Right arrow curving left. Deny. Right arrow curving left. Renounce. Right arrow curving left. Nobility. Right arrow curving left. Mad right arrow curving left. Judgment. Right arrow curving left. True. Right arrow curving left. Confounded in thy jolly. Right arrow curving left. Dissembles. Right arrow curving left. Grows mad, furious. Right arrow curving left. Thoughts, consideration. Right arrow curving left. Unhappy. Right arrow curving left. Mortally. Right arrow curving left. Truth. Right arrow curving left. Falsehood. Right arrow curving left. Give life to. Right arrow curving left. Cease, have done with. Right arrow curving left. Then. Right arrow curving left. Foolish. Right arrow curving left. Folly. Right arrow curving left. Every sort of way. Right arrow curving left. Ignorant. Right arrow curving left. Very, selfsame. Right arrow curving left. Advise. Right arrow curving left. Examine, test. Right arrow curving left. Everywhere, or, above all things. Right arrow curving left. Shut, confine. Right arrow curving left. Kindled, applied. Right arrow curving left. Leave. Right arrow curving left. Message, order. Right arrow curving left. Then. Right arrow curving left. Executioner. Right arrow curving left. Cause such torture, exercise such severity of punishment. Right arrow curving left. Mangled, gashed. Right arrow curving left. Received, caught up. Right arrow curving left. Goods, movables. Right arrow curving left. Commended. Right arrow curving left. Then. Right arrow curving left. Cause to be established or made. Right arrow curving left. Honorably, decorously. Right arrow curving left. Is called. Right arrow curving left. The introduction, says Tyrwhitt, of the Canon's Yeoman, to tell a tale at a time when so many of the original characters remain to be called upon, appears a little extraordinary. It should seem that some sudden resentment had determined Chaucer to interrupt the regular course of his work, in order to insert a satire against the alchemists. That their pretended science was much cultivated about this time, and produced its usual evils, may fairly be inferred from the act, which was passed soon after, 5h, 4c. For, to make it felony to multiply gold or silver, or to use the art of multiplication. Tyrwhitt finds in the prologue some color for the hypothesis that this tale was intended by Chaucer to begin the return journey from Canterbury. But against this must be set the fact that the yeoman himself expressly speaks of the distance to Canterbury yet to be ridden. Right arrow curving left. From some place which the loss of the second nun's prologue does not enable us to identify. Right arrow curving left. Nag. Right arrow curving left. Dapple gray. Right arrow curving left. Spurred. Right arrow curving left. Scarcely. Right arrow curving left. The breastplate of a horse's harness, French, poitrail. Right arrow curving left. Spotted. Right arrow curving left. A double valise, a wallet hanging across the crupper on either side of the horse. Right arrow curving left. Considered. Right arrow curving left. Cord. Right arrow curving left. Mad right arrow curving left. Burdock leaf. Right arrow curving left. Still. Right arrow curving left. Wallflower. Right arrow curving left. Fortune. Right arrow curving left. Nose. Right arrow curving left. Not less than. Right arrow curving left. If. Right arrow curving left. Unless. Right arrow curving left. Learn. Right arrow curving left. Advantage. Right arrow curving left. Surpassing, extraordinary. Right arrow curving left. A scholar, or a man in holy orders. Right arrow curving left. Certainly. Right arrow curving left. Nose. Right arrow curving left. Learn, know. Right arrow curving left. Honor, reputation. Right arrow curving left. Little. Right arrow curving left. Upper garment, breeches. Right arrow curving left. Prosper. Right arrow curving left. Soiled, slovenly. Right arrow curving left. Buy. Right arrow curving left. Thrive. Right arrow curving left. Own, to him. Right arrow curving left. Stand the test or proof. Right arrow curving left. Ignorant, stupid. Right arrow curving left. Foolish. Right arrow curving left. No matter. Right arrow curving left. Skill, knowledge. Right arrow curving left. Wise. Right arrow curving left. Corners. Right arrow curving left. Nature. Right arrow curving left. Truth. Right arrow curving left. By Saint Peter. Right arrow curving left. An exclamation of dislike and ill will. Confound it. Right arrow curving left. Labor. Right arrow curving left. Transmute metals, in the attempt to multiply gold and silver by alchemy. Right arrow curving left. Toil. Right arrow curving left. Pour, peer anxiously. Right arrow curving left. Cause. Right arrow curving left. Fancy. Right arrow curving left. Search, strive. Right arrow curving left. Surely. Conscius ipsi sibi de se putat omnia dc, de moribus, L. Idis T 17, right arrow curving left. Saying. Right arrow curving left. Then. Right arrow curving left. Pay dear for it. Right arrow curving left. Little. Right arrow curving left. Some diversion. Right arrow curving left. Destroy. Right arrow curving left. Promise. Right arrow curving left. A serious matter. Right arrow curving left. Trouble, injury. Right arrow curving left. The Tale of the Canon's Yeoman, like those of the Wife of Bath and the Pardoner, is made up of two parts, a long general introduction and the story proper. In the case of the Wife of Bath, the interruptions of other pilgrims, and the autobiographical nature of the discourse, recommend the separation of the prologue from the tale proper. But in the other cases the introductory or merely connecting matter ceases wholly where the opening of the tale has been marked in the text. Right arrow curving left. Nearer. Right arrow curving left. By my labor. Right arrow curving left. My sight is grown dim. Perhaps the phrase has also the metaphorical sense of being deceived or befooled. Right arrow curving left. Slippery, deceptive. Right arrow curving left. Property. Right arrow curving left. Repay. Right arrow curving left. Betaketh. Designeth to occupy him in that art. Right arrow curving left. His prosperity at an end. Right arrow curving left. Jeopardy, hazard. In Froissart's French, a jeopardy is used to signify a game or contest in which the chances were exactly equal for both sides. Right arrow curving left. Wicked folk. Right arrow curving left. Trouble. Right arrow curving left. No matter. Right arrow curving left. Fantastic, wicked. Right arrow curving left. Learned and strange. Right arrow curving left. Scales, Latin, squammy. Right arrow curving left. Cementing, sealing up. Right arrow curving left. Slow. Right arrow curving left. Quick. Right arrow curving left. White lead. Right arrow curving left. A certain number or proportion. Right arrow curving left. Unlearned. Right arrow curving left. Vessels for distillation per descensum, they were placed under the fire, and the spirit to be extracted was thrown downwards. Right arrow curving left. Crucibles, French, creuset. Right arrow curving left. Retorts, distilling vessels, so called from their likeness in shape to a gourd, Latin, cucurbita. Right arrow curving left. Stills, limbecs. Right arrow curving left. At the price of, in exchange for, a leek. Right arrow curving left. Agrimony. Right arrow curving left. Moonwort. Right arrow curving left. White of egg, glare, French, glare, German, an egg. Right arrow curving left. The meaning of this phrase is obscure. But if we take the reading, seared pockets, from the Harleian manuscript, we are led to the supposition that it signifies receptacles, bags or pokes, prepared with wax for some process. Latin, cera, wax. Right arrow curving left. Potter's clay, used for luting or closing vessels in the laboratories of the alchemists, Latin, argilla, French, argile. Right arrow curving left. Flowers of antimony. Right arrow curving left. Incorporating. Right arrow curving left. Turning to a citron color, or yellow, by chemical action, that was the color which proved the philosopher's stone. Right arrow curving left. Not, as in its modern meaning, the masses of metal shaped by pouring into molds, but the molds themselves into which the fused metal was poured. Compare Dutch, ingieten, part, ingehouden, to infuse, German, eingießen, part, eingegossen, to pour in. Right arrow curving left. Name. Right arrow curving left. Name, from Anglo-Saxon, Threpian. Right arrow curving left. Call. Right arrow curving left. Publish, display. Right arrow curving left. As if. See note 2269. Right arrow curving left. Easy to learn. Right arrow curving left. Fantastic foolish. Right arrow curving left. Ignorant. Right arrow curving left. No he letters, be he learned. Right arrow curving left. Come to the same result in the pursuit of the art of making gold. Right arrow curving left. Metal fillings, French, limel. Right arrow curving left. Anywhere. Right arrow curving left. Though he look never so grim or fierce. Right arrow curving left. Secure. Right arrow curving left. Confession. Right arrow curving left. Mad right arrow curving left. Time. Right arrow curving left. Repentant. Right arrow curving left. Coarse cloak, Anglo-Saxon, brat. The word is still used in Lincolnshire, and some parts of the north, to signify a coarse kind of apron. Right arrow curving left. Cease. Right arrow curving left. Shabbily. Right arrow curving left. Whisper. Right arrow curving left. Placed. Right arrow curving left. Adjusts the proportions. Right arrow curving left. Although. Right arrow curving left. Gone, lost. Right arrow curving left. Unless. Right arrow curving left. Impious wretch. Right arrow curving left. Dissatisfied. Right arrow curving left. In consequence of. The modern vulgar phrase, all along of, or all along on, best conveys the force of the words in the text. Right arrow curving left. Ignorant and foolish. Right arrow curving left. Mixed in due proportions. Right arrow curving left. Stop. Right arrow curving left. So the itch, so may I thrive. Right arrow curving left. Again, another time. Right arrow curving left. Sure. Right arrow curving left. Cracked, from French, écraser, to crack or crush. Right arrow curving left. Confounded. Right arrow curving left. Quickly. Right arrow curving left. Rubbish. Right arrow curving left. Time. Right arrow curving left. Has gone amiss at present. Right arrow curving left. Risk our property. Right arrow curving left. Drowned, sunk. Right arrow curving left. Endeavor. Right arrow curving left. To bring our enterprise into a better condition, to a better issue. Right arrow curving left. Blame. Right arrow curving left. Assert, affirm noisily. Right arrow curving left. Proof, test. Right arrow curving left. Alexandria. Right arrow curving left. Cunning tricks. Right arrow curving left. Is not. Right arrow curving left. Contract an excessive or foolish fondness for him. Right arrow curving left. Accept. Right arrow curving left. Deceitful conduct. Right arrow curving left. There is a black sheep in every flock. Right arrow curving left. Individual, single. Right arrow curving left. Counsel. Right arrow curving left. Employed in singing annuals or anniversary masses for the dead, without any cure of souls. The office was such as, in the prologue to the Tales, Chaucer praises the parson for not seeking, nor ran unto London, unto St. Paul's, to seek him a chantry for souls. See here. Right arrow curving left. No matter. Right arrow curving left. Neck. Right arrow curving left. Quickly. Right arrow curving left. Times. Right arrow curving left. Pleased. Right arrow curving left. I am not at all willing. Right arrow curving left. A new thing to happen. Right arrow curving left. Sure. Right arrow curving left. Displeased, dissatisfied. Right arrow curving left. Shown. Right arrow curving left. Learn. Right arrow curving left. With your own eye. Right arrow curving left. Offer. Right arrow curving left. Those wise folk of old. Right arrow curving left. Press their way into his heart. Right arrow curving left. Simple. Right arrow curving left. Blinded, beguiled. Right arrow curving left. Contrived. Right arrow curving left. Stratagems, snares. Right arrow curving left. Hasten. Right arrow curving left. Stupidity. Right arrow curving left. Knowledge. Right arrow curving left. Imagine. Right arrow curving left. Nose. Right arrow curving left. Grieveth. Right arrow curving left. At least. Right arrow curving left. Villainy. Right arrow curving left. Certainly. Right arrow curving left. Fetched. Right arrow curving left. Crucible. Right arrow curving left. A chemical phrase, signifying the dissolution of quicksilver in acid. Right arrow curving left. Knowledge. Right arrow curving left. Send out of the way. Right arrow curving left. Went. Right arrow curving left. With which to deceive. Right arrow curving left. Make haste. Right arrow curving left. Lay in order. Right arrow curving left. Done. Right arrow curving left. Great thanks. Right arrow curving left. Filings or dust of silver. Right arrow curving left. Contrivance, stratagem. Right arrow curving left. Before they separated. Right arrow curving left. Cease, from Anglo-Saxon, linen, to desist. Right arrow curving left. Grieveth. Right arrow curving left. Revenge myself. Right arrow curving left. Changeable, unsettled. Right arrow curving left. Evil fortune attend him. Right arrow curving left. Burn. Right arrow curving left. Quickly. Right arrow curving left. Evenly or exactly laid. Right arrow curving left. Mold. See note 4705. Right arrow curving left. Then. Right arrow curving left. Turn out, succeed. Right arrow curving left. Mistrust. Right arrow curving left. Describe. Right arrow curving left. Little piece. The adjective tiny is connected with the word. Right arrow curving left. Prosper, achieve, end, French, écrire. Right arrow curving left. Breadth. Right arrow curving left. Doubt. Right arrow curving left. Countenance. Right arrow curving left. Search. Right arrow curving left. Little piece. The adjective tiny is connected with the word. Right arrow curving left. That of all the saints. Right arrow curving left. Curse. Right arrow curving left. Unless, if. Right arrow curving left. Trial, experiment. Right arrow curving left. Then. Right arrow curving left. Again. Right arrow curving left. Stratagem. Right arrow curving left. Heed. Right arrow curving left. Particle. Right arrow curving left. Apply. Right arrow curving left. Before. Right arrow curving left. Provided with that false contrivance. Right arrow curving left. Went. Right arrow curving left. Quickly. Right arrow curving left. Better. Right arrow curving left. Forthwith, again. Right arrow curving left. Skillful. Right arrow curving left. Swiftly. Right arrow curving left. Haste. Right arrow curving left. Took, from Anglo-Saxon, nehmen, to take. Compare German, nehmen, nahm. Right arrow curving left. Swiftly. Right arrow curving left. Before. Right arrow curving left. Trick. Right arrow curving left. Befold him. Right arrow curving left. Small piece of silver. Right arrow curving left. Hind, slave, wretch. Right arrow curving left. Unsuspecting. Right arrow curving left. Left. Right arrow curving left. Took. Right arrow curving left. Before, erewhile. Right arrow curving left. Of any value. Right arrow curving left. Unless. Right arrow curving left. Quickly. Right arrow curving left. Proof. Right arrow curving left. Besotted, stupid. Right arrow curving left. No matter. Right arrow curving left. Certainly. Right arrow curving left. Were it not for. Right arrow curving left. Fetched. Right arrow curving left. Care. Right arrow curving left. Praise, renown. See note 4005. Right arrow curving left. Rather. Right arrow curving left. Mad right arrow curving left. Good result of your experiments. Right arrow curving left. Great thanks. Right arrow curving left. Saw. Right arrow curving left. Befold. Right arrow curving left. The false canon. Right arrow curving left. Scarcely is there any gold. Right arrow curving left. blinds, deceives. Right arrow curving left. Pleasure and exertion. Right arrow curving left. Easily. Right arrow curving left. Gain, profit. Right arrow curving left. Pleasant. Right arrow curving left. Sorrow, Anglo-Saxon, gram, German, gram. Right arrow curving left. Burnt. Right arrow curving left. Advise. Right arrow curving left. Leave it, that is, the alchemist's art. Right arrow curving left. Perceives no danger. Right arrow curving left. Traffic, commerce. Right arrow curving left. Seize and plunder, acquire by hook or by crook. Right arrow curving left. Burnt. Right arrow curving left. Prosperity. Right arrow curving left. Quickly. Right arrow curving left. Arnaldus Villeneuvanus, or Arnold de Villeneuve, was a distinguished French chemist and physician of the 14th century. His Rosarium Philosophorum was a favorite textbook with the alchemists of the generations that succeeded. Right arrow curving left. Except. Right arrow curving left. Hermes Trismegistus, counselor of Osiris, king of Egypt, was credited with the invention of writing in hieroglyphics, the drawing up of the laws of the Egyptians, and the origination of many sciences and arts. The Alexandrian school ascribed to him the mystic learning which it amplified. And the scholars of the Middle Ages regarded with enthusiasm and reverence the works attributed to him, notably a treatise on the Philosopher's Stone. Right arrow curving left. Drawn, derived. Right arrow curving left. Saying. Right arrow curving left. Study, explore. Right arrow curving left. Accept. Right arrow curving left. Ignorant, foolish. Right arrow curving left. Knowledge. Right arrow curving left. Secreta Secretorum. A treatise, very popular in the Middle Ages, supposed to contain the sum of Aristotle's instructions to Alexander. Lydgate translated about half of the work, when his labor was interrupted by his death about 1460, and from the same treatise had been taken most of the 7th book of Gower's Confessio Amantis. Right arrow curving left. Tyrwhitt says that this book was printed in the Theatrum Chemicum, under the title, Signoris Zadith Phi. Hamuelis Tabula Chymica. And the story here told of Plato and his disciple was there related of Solomon, but with some variations. Right arrow curving left. That. Right arrow curving left. To explain the unknown by the more unknown. Right arrow curving left. Then. Right arrow curving left. Will not. Right arrow curving left. Precious. Right arrow curving left. Protect. Right arrow curving left. Name. Right arrow curving left. Counsel. Right arrow curving left. Though he pursue the alchemist's art all his days. Right arrow curving left. An end. Right arrow curving left. Remedy for his sorrow and trouble. Right arrow curving left. No. Right arrow curving left. Mr. Wright supposes this to be the village of Harbledown, near Canterbury, which is situated on a hill, and near which there are many ups and downs in the road. Like Boughton, where the canon and his yeomen overtook the pilgrims, it stood on the skirts of the Kentish forest of Blean or Blee. Right arrow curving left. A proverbial saying. Dun is a name for an ass, derived from his color. Right arrow curving left. Easily. Right arrow curving left. The mention of the cook here, with no hint that he had already told a story, confirms the indication given by the imperfect condition of his tale. That Chaucer intended to suppress the tale altogether, and make him tell a story in some other place. Right arrow curving left. Make. Right arrow curving left. Faith. Right arrow curving left. In the daytime. Right arrow curving left. Labored. Right arrow curving left. Preferable. Right arrow curving left. Are dim. Right arrow curving left. Flattered. Right arrow curving left. The Quinton. Called fan or vane, because it turned round like a weathercock. Right arrow curving left. Referring to the classification of wine, according to its effects on a man, given in the old Calendrier de Bergiers, the man of choleric temperament has wine of lion. The sanguine, wine of ape, the phlegmatic, wine of sheep, the melancholic, wine of sow. There is a rabbinical tradition that, when Noah was planting vines, Satan slaughtered beside them the 4 animals named. Hence the effect of wine in making those who drink it display in turn the characteristics of all the 4. Right arrow curving left. Wroth. Right arrow curving left. Cavalry expedition. Right arrow curving left. Stupidly. Right arrow curving left. New. See note 159. Right arrow curving left. A deflection or room which stops the nose and obstructs the voice. Right arrow curving left. Horse. Right arrow curving left. Again. Right arrow curving left. I take no account. Right arrow curving left. Foolish. Right arrow curving left. A phrase in hawking, to recall a hawk to the fist. The meaning here is, that the cook may one day bring the manciple to account, or pay him off, for the rebuke of his drunkenness. Right arrow curving left. Take exception to, pick flaws in. Right arrow curving left. Proof, test. Right arrow curving left. Rather. Right arrow curving left. Provoke. Right arrow curving left. Jest. Right arrow curving left. Trick. Right arrow curving left. Blown into his horn, a metaphor for belching. Right arrow curving left. Trouble, annoyance. Right arrow curving left. The fable of the crow, says Tyrwhitt, which is the subject of the Manciple's tale, has been related by so many authors, from Ovid down to Gower, that it is impossible to say whom Chaucer principally followed. His skill in new dressing an old story was never, perhaps, more successfully exerted. Right arrow curving left. Pleasant. Right arrow curving left. Generosity. Right arrow curving left. Part. Right arrow curving left. Tricked, deceived. Right arrow curving left. Observation, espionage. Right arrow curving left. A contrarious or ill-disposed woman. Right arrow curving left. Sheer folly. Right arrow curving left. Lose. Right arrow curving left. Succeed in constraining. Right arrow curving left. All that thy heart prompts. Right arrow curving left. Rather. Right arrow curving left. See the parallel to this passage in the Squire's Tale, and note 3192. Right arrow curving left. Forsacketh. Right arrow curving left. Nature. Right arrow curving left. Drives out. Right arrow curving left. Nature. Right arrow curving left. She desires. Right arrow curving left. Mate. Right arrow curving left. With reference to. Right arrow curving left. Gentle, mild. Right arrow curving left. Ill luck to it. Right arrow curving left. Is consonant to, accords with. Right arrow curving left. Unlawful lover. Right arrow curving left. Rough spoken, downright. Right arrow curving left. Because. Right arrow curving left. Usurper. Right arrow curving left. Wandering. Right arrow curving left. Followers, people. Right arrow curving left. Level. Right arrow curving left. Well stored with texts or citations. Right arrow curving left. Wit. Right arrow curving left. Light or rash pleasure. Right arrow curving left. Watching. Right arrow curving left. Thou art befooled or betrayed. Right arrow curving left. Value. Right arrow curving left. Grave, trustworthy. Right arrow curving left. To turn aside. Right arrow curving left. Arrow, Anglo-Saxon, flaw right arrow curving left. Guitar. Right arrow curving left. Created. Right arrow curving left. Was not. Right arrow curving left. Pleasantness. Right arrow curving left. Steadfast. Right arrow curving left. Certainly. Right arrow curving left. Rash, hasty. Right arrow curving left. So foully wrong. Right arrow curving left. Distrust, want of trust, so want hope, despair, want of hope. Right arrow curving left. Rashness. Right arrow curving left. Believe. Right arrow curving left. No. Right arrow curving left. Consider. Right arrow curving left. Surely. Right arrow curving left. Take any action upon your anger. Right arrow curving left. Slay. Right arrow curving left. Once on a time. Right arrow curving left. Endnotes 5001, 5, 199. Lose. Right arrow curving left. Revenged. Right arrow curving left. Black. Right arrow curving left. Before, in warning of. Right arrow curving left. Sprang. Right arrow curving left. To whom I commend him. Right arrow curving left. Heed. Right arrow curving left. Defend by crossing themselves. Right arrow curving left. Because. Right arrow curving left. Consider. Right arrow curving left. Destroyed. Right arrow curving left. Ruined. Right arrow curving left. Accept. Right arrow curving left. Makest thy best effort. Right arrow curving left. Learn. Right arrow curving left. This is quoted in the French Romance of the Rose, from Cato de Moribus, L. I. Dst. 3, Virtutum primum esse puta compescere linguam. Right arrow curving left. Knowest. Right arrow curving left. Hasty. Right arrow curving left. Prating man. Right arrow curving left. Beckon, make gestures. Right arrow curving left. Feign to be. Right arrow curving left. It please thee. Right arrow curving left. Thou hast no need to fear. Right arrow curving left. Semel emissum volet irrevocable verbum. Horace, Epist. I. 18, 71. Right arrow curving left. Slave. Right arrow curving left. Which he now regrets. Right arrow curving left. This caution is also from Cato de Moribus, L. I. Dst. 12, Rumoris fugini incipias novis octor haberi. Right arrow curving left. Rising. Right arrow curving left. In the middle of. Right arrow curving left. Villages. Right arrow curving left. Govern. Right arrow curving left. From each class or rank in the company. Right arrow curving left. Vicar. Right arrow curving left. Faith. Right arrow curving left. Interrupt. Right arrow curving left. Wallet. Right arrow curving left. Forsake truth. Right arrow curving left. Chaff, refuse. Right arrow curving left. Relate stories. Right arrow curving left. A contemptuous reference to the alliterative poetry which was at that time very popular, in preference even, it would seem, to rhyme, in the northern parts of the country, where the language was much more barbarous and unpolished than in the south. Right arrow curving left. Mince matters, make false pretensions or promises. Right arrow curving left. The word is used here to signify the shrine, or destination, to which pilgrimage is made. Right arrow curving left. Opinion. Right arrow curving left. Scholars. Right arrow curving left. Meaning, sense. Right arrow curving left. A thing worth doing, that ought to be done. Right arrow curving left. Discourse. Right arrow curving left. Fruitful, profitable. Right arrow curving left. The Parson's Tale is believed to be a translation, more or less free, from some treatise on penitence that was in favor about Chaucer's time. Tyrwhitt says, "I cannot recommend it as a very entertaining or edifying performance at this day. But the reader will please to remember, in excuse both of Chaucer and of his editor, that, considering the Canterbury Tales as a great picture of life and manners, the piece would not have been complete if it had not included the religion of the time." The editor of the present volume has followed the same plan adopted with regard to Chaucer's Tale of Melibos, and mainly for the same reasons. See note 3947. An outline of the parson's ponderous sermon, for such it is, has been drawn. While those passages have been given in full which more directly illustrate the social and the religious life of the time, such as the picture of hell, the vehement and rather coarse, but, in an antiquarian sense, most curious and valuable attack on the fashionable garb of the day, the catalogue of venial sins, the description of gluttony and its remedy, etc. The brief third or concluding part, which contains the application of the whole, and the retractation, or prayer, that closes the tale, and the entire magnum opus of Chaucer, have been given in full. Right arrow curving left. Everlasting. Right arrow curving left. Jeremiah 6 verse 16. Right arrow curving left. See note 2261. Right arrow curving left. In comparison with. Right arrow curving left. Just before, the parson had cited the words of Job to God, Job 10:20, 22, "Suffer, Lord, that I may a while bewail and weep, ere I go without returning to the dark land, covered with the darkness of death. To the land of misease and of darkness, whereas is the shadow of death, whereas is no order nor ordinance, but grisly dread that ever shall last." Right arrow curving left. Is devoid. Right arrow curving left. Everlasting. Right arrow curving left. Prevent, interrupt. Right arrow curving left. Servant. Right arrow curving left. Trampled underfoot. Right arrow curving left. Abased. Right arrow curving left. Trouble, torment. Right arrow curving left. Want. Right arrow curving left. United. Right arrow curving left. Senses. Right arrow curving left. Tasting. Right arrow curving left. Wailing. Right arrow curving left. Gnashing, grinding. Right arrow curving left. Tasting. Right arrow curving left. Expect. Right arrow curving left. Saints. Right arrow curving left. Killed, deadened. Right arrow curving left. Leaveth. Right arrow curving left. Promised. Right arrow curving left. Disguising. Right arrow curving left. Causes to sink. Right arrow curving left. Hold, bilge. Right arrow curving left. In any case. Right arrow curving left. Sunk. Right arrow curving left. Make ready. Right arrow curving left. Gluttony. Right arrow curving left. Promiseth. Right arrow curving left. Evening service of the church. Right arrow curving left. Profitable, necessary. Right arrow curving left. Neglectfulness or indifference, from the Greek, alpha kappa eta delta epsilon iota alpha. Right arrow curving left. Moreover. Right arrow curving left. Although. Right arrow curving left. Expecteth. Right arrow curving left. An image which was presented to the people to be kissed, at that part of the Mass where the priest said, Pax Domini sit semper vobiscum. The ceremony took the place, for greater convenience, of the kiss of peace, which clergy and people, at this passage, used to bestow upon each other. Right arrow curving left. Like. Right arrow curving left. Arbor, bush. Right arrow curving left. Dearness. Right arrow curving left. Especially. Right arrow curving left. 3 ways of ornamenting clothes with lace, etc. In barring it was laid on crossways, in ounding it was waved, in paling it was laid on lengthways. Right arrow curving left. Like. Right arrow curving left. Lining or edging with fur. Right arrow curving left. Sitting, slashing. Right arrow curving left. Help, remedy. Right arrow curving left. Inclemency. Right arrow curving left. Breeches. Right arrow curving left. Dividing. Right arrow curving left. Flayed. Right arrow curving left. Decency. Right arrow curving left. Gentle. Right arrow curving left. Reasonable and appropriate style. Right arrow curving left. Servant. Right arrow curving left. Breastplates. Right arrow curving left. Seemliness. Right arrow curving left. Retinue of servants. Right arrow curving left. Especially. Right arrow curving left. Violent and harmful. Right arrow curving left. Arrogance. Right arrow curving left. Impiety. Right arrow curving left. Unless. Right arrow curving left. Unless. Right arrow curving left. Worketh harm. Right arrow curving left. Especially. Right arrow curving left. Like. Right arrow curving left. Plate. Right arrow curving left. Easily. Right arrow curving left. Kinds. Right arrow curving left. Goodness. Right arrow curving left. Judgment. Right arrow curving left. Craving. Right arrow curving left. Take delight in. Right arrow curving left. Accustomed, addicted. Right arrow curving left. Bondage. Right arrow curving left. Lair, lurking place. Right arrow curving left. Labored. Right arrow curving left. Although. Right arrow curving left. Immoderately. Right arrow curving left. Nicety. Right arrow curving left. Application, pains. Right arrow curving left. Prepare. Right arrow curving left. Unless. Right arrow curving left. Indecency, impropriety. Right arrow curving left. Sets no value on. Right arrow curving left. Moderation. Right arrow curving left. Portion. Right arrow curving left. Divide. Right arrow curving left. Not at all. Right arrow curving left. A priest who enjoined penance in extraordinary cases. Right arrow curving left. Unless thou be pleased. Right arrow curving left. Division. Right arrow curving left. True confession. Right arrow curving left. Sickness. Right arrow curving left. Accuse. Right arrow curving left. Unless. Right arrow curving left. falsehoods. Right arrow curving left. Unless. Right arrow curving left. Fear. Right arrow curving left. Jest. Right arrow curving left. Easily. Right arrow curving left. To receive the Holy Sacrament, from Anglo-Saxon, husel, Latin, hostia, or hostiala, the host. Right arrow curving left. Renew themselves. Right arrow curving left. True. Right arrow curving left. Especially. Right arrow curving left. Notice. Right arrow curving left. Lodging. Right arrow curving left. Promptly. Right arrow curving left. Watchings. Right arrow curving left. Worthy. Right arrow curving left. In order that. Right arrow curving left. The more easily conned or learned. Right arrow curving left. Retain. Right arrow curving left. Commit. Right arrow curving left. Lesseneth. Right arrow curving left. Watching. Right arrow curving left. Liberality. Right arrow curving left. Murmur. Right arrow curving left. Out of time. Right arrow curving left. Because. Right arrow curving left. Haircloth. Right arrow curving left. Coarse hempen cloth. Right arrow curving left. It was a frequent penance among the chivalric orders to wear mail shirts next the skin. Right arrow curving left. With compassion. Right arrow curving left. Gentleness. Right arrow curving left. Patience. Right arrow curving left. Better pleased. Right arrow curving left. Rods. Right arrow curving left. Chattels. Right arrow curving left. In comparison with. Right arrow curving left. Especially. Right arrow curving left. Openly. Right arrow curving left. Acquire. Right arrow curving left. Presumption. From Old French, surquiter, to think arrogantly, be full of conceit. Right arrow curving left. Security. Right arrow curving left. Cease. Right arrow curving left. With their goodwill. Right arrow curving left. Despair. Right arrow curving left. Of two kinds. Right arrow curving left. Unless. Right arrow curving left. Impair, injure. Right arrow curving left. Kingdom. Right arrow curving left. The genuineness and real significance of this prayer of Chaucer, usually called his retractation, have been warmly disputed. On the one hand, it has been declared that the monks forged the retractation, and procured its insertion among the works of the man who had done so much to expose their abuses and ignorance, and to weaken their hold on popular credulity. On the other hand, Chaucer himself at the close of his life is said to have greatly lamented the ribaldry and the attacks on the clergy which marked especially the Canterbury Tales, and to have drawn up a formal retractation of which the prayer is either a copy or an abridgment. The beginning and end of the prayer, as Tyrwhitt points out, are in tone and terms quite appropriate in the mouth of the parson, while they carry on the subject of which he has been treating. And, despite the fact that Mr. Wright holds the contrary opinion, Tyrwhitt seems to be justified in setting down the retractation as interpolated into the close of the parson's tale. Of the circumstances under which the interpolation was made, or the causes by which it was dictated, little or nothing can now be confidently affirmed. But the agreement of the manuscripts and the early editions in giving it, render it impossible to discard it peremptorily as a declaration of prudish or of interested regret, with which Chaucer himself had nothing whatever to do. Right arrow curving left. Impute. Right arrow curving left. Unskillfulness. Right arrow curving left. Especially. Right arrow curving left. Are sinful, tend toward sin. Right arrow curving left. True. Right arrow curving left.